Hello there, everybody. How's it going? Hope y'all are having a good Friday. Welcome back to the stream. We're doing some more Elden Ring today. Once again, some more of the Consumables only run because I've been having a lot of fun with that. I know we still have yet to complete the Ash of War only run, but and I will. Well, I think I will at least. Assuming I don't like suddenly get like burnt out on Elden Ring for some reason, but I don't really expect to. But yeah, the Consumables only run has honestly just been like tons of fun, so I've been happy just kind of sticking with this for the moment. Uh, let's see, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, we were thinking about originally doing some Baldur's Gate 3 today again, but yeah, uh, my comrade in stream in Baldur's Gate 3 and other games, Captain Dodo is still feeling a little bit under the weather, so just decided that we'd go ahead and give him a break. But yeah, here at some point we'll probably end up playing some more. We'll just kind of wait and see how he's doing. Not today, I mean, but just in the not too distant future. But we'll wait until he's like 100% back to normal again. But yeah, thankfully we've got this kind of run to finish up in the meantime, and I've got some other stuff planned as well. I'm hoping, towards the end of this month, like my stream anniversary is the 1st of February, so I'm hoping to be able to make that like a a normal thing this year. Like the last couple of years I ended up kind of like missing the anniversary for one reason or another, mainly just because I was so crazy busy, which wasn't great, but these things happen. Anyway, let's see, I did a little bit more off stream farming the other day. I haven't really done anything else aside from that. If you take a look at the map, you'll see that I did have to go to like a couple of places I hadn't technically been to on stream yet. So like I ran up and around and just got to the Church of the Plague just to grab the as a place to just farm up some toxic mushrooms really quick, because apparently there's not a lot of great places for that. But I just did that in case I wanted like any like poison pots or whatever. And I grabbed all the sacramental blood that was there as well. I had also like stopped here in Aeonia because I was gonna try this one first, but the farm for this one kind of sucks. So, but I didn't like fight Commander O'Neill or anything like that. I didn't really do anything like that off stream. In fact, in general, I really just don't bother trying to fight anything while I'm farming. I just run around and grab collectible stuff and then do it again enough times until I have enough of whatever it is I want. And if I have like a surplus of things that I don't need that I can sell, then I'll just like sell those for some money so that I can use that money to then buy the things that we otherwise have to buy. So we're sitting at 123 extra kukri, 77 extra fan daggers. I've farmed up like a pretty hefty amount of crystal darts, or rather specifically cracked crystal, because we have our full amount that we can carry. We have one shy of 600 in storage, and I'm actually carrying a whole bunch of cracked crystal as well. How much? Let's see. I've got 264 cracked crystal on me right now, which I'll go and just for funsies grab a little bit more. Because yeah, the nice thing about having so much on me is it allows me to kind of craft it on the fly, so that I can use crystal darts a little bit more regularly as just kind of a general like area clear sort of weapon. Because my intelligence has got like some extra points in it now, I can kind of use these as decently damaging throwing weapons for most enemies if I want to kill some stuff while I'm traversing an area. And that allows me to actually clear stuff instead of just running through like each legacy dungeon or whatever it is I'm doing like super pacifist. And then but obviously because I can only carry 40 at a time, that means that the only way I'm getting them back is by crafting more or by sitting at a grace and getting some out of storage. But obviously as you're going through an area, you might it might be a while before you hit like another grace. So that's why it's like so useful just to have some on hand, just to quickly craft some in between combats, because you can't craft while you're in combat, so that's like the one thing. And obviously for certain boss fights, that's like where some of the challenge comes in, because you have to like be able to use just whatever you already have on you, because you can't craft in the middle of a fight. So, anywho, with all that said, we've definitely farmed up quite a bit here. I still wish I had a lot more old fangs, but that's just where that is. Although, to be honest, when it comes to ritual pot throwables, we now have more than just the red main fire pot. Well, I guess the only other one we have right now is the freezing pot. I thought we had another one, but we don't yet. However, we will be able to get some other ones, and I don't know that those will cost old fangs, so it might not be like too much of an issue in the long run. For right now, it's a problem, but eventually we'll probably try to use freezing pots, but that'll be a bit later game, because these require rhymed crystal bud, and at this point in time we can't really farm that. We can only get that post Altus, like when we can get into the mountaintops. More specifically, Consecrated Snowfield has like the best farming spots for it, but I believe we can at least get some in the mountaintops in certain spots. It's just not as plentiful. Consecrated Snowfield has like great farming locations because it's like all around like the big trees there in that area, which also means that we have a definite reason to want to get both Haligtree medallion halves, of which we have one, I think, already. Yes. So what that means is that when we get to the mountaintops, we're going to want to do Castle Soul, which I was probably going to do anyway, especially if we end up doing like an all bosses run with this. Obviously, we're going to do that. But that'll give us the other medallion half so that we can actually go to Consecrated Snowfield and do all that stuff. So in terms of cracked pots, we're still missing 4. One of which is in the academy, and then I want to say the others are later. Like I think, well, there's one in Landell, so that one we aren't going to get anytime soon, or at least not super soon. And then the final 2 are in the Aritza side tomb, which is just in Altus, so that one we can technically just go get. Although that particular tomb is annoying because it's the teleporting maze one, which can be a little bit tricky to navigate. I've gone through there a bunch of times, so it's not really like a problem, at least not normally, but when you're obviously like a little bit limited on weaponry and stuff like that and damage, it can probably be a little bit of a challenge to go through. I was kind of like considering talismans too, well, off stream. I do want to get the various scorpion charms. We had already started Celavis's quest line, so we need to make sure that we get like the Amber Starlight and all that so that we can get up to the point of getting the Amber Draft from him, and then I'm just not going to use that on Ronnie or anything like that. I don't intend to finish this quest line. We just have to get to that point so he can give us the Magic Scorpion Charm. And then the Lightning Scorpion Charm is in Wyndham Catacombs, so we need to make a stop there. I don't even think we have to do the Catacombs. If I remember correctly, it's the one that's just in the little Stone Sword Key Imp Statue sealed room. So, which I think is near the beginning in that one, so we can just kind of like walk in and just grab it if we want and then leave. And then the Fire Scorpion is in Mount Gelmir, which we can pretty easily get to at this point for in Fort Lade. So those will be all options. But the only other like talisman specifically that I was kind of thinking of maybe picking up, I don't know how much we'll ultimately use it, if much at all. But I was thinking maybe we should go get the Dancer's Charm talisman, whatever the fuck it's called, from the cave over here. It's not Groveside. What the fuck is the name of it? High Road Cave, something like that. You got to kill like a big golem in there, but that should be relatively easy for us. So I think let's just actually go start with that, because that one gives you just more attack power with lower equipment load, and since we're only wearing like sweatpants, at least right now, eventually we'll have like a jar helmet, but I'm planning on not really wearing anything more than that, so whoops. So with those things being what we have, and we have nothing else really adding to our equipment load aside from talismans themselves, we should theoretically have a pretty low equipment load and therefore potentially get a little bit of extra damage out of that kind of charm. Is there any other Trina's lilies here, or is it just that one? Just that one. Okay. Let's see. I want to get up higher here. It was so itchy all of a sudden. I farmed up like a crap ton of mushrooms as well. I could honestly even have more. I wish that I had like had the time to just farm up like, I don't know, 1,000 of them or some shit. I don't remember what the max amount you can even carry. It's probably not that much. Well, it might be actually 999 when it comes to materials. I think that's actually probably the case. What does it say here? Yep. Wait, that's not materials. Just go to inventory. Yeah, 999 for all of those. So it would have been good to like farm up some, but I got a whole bunch of volcanic stone so that we can use that for volcano pots if we want to kind of upgrade to those at some point, instead of using like just regular fire pots. One thing I definitely want to farm up at some point here is golden sunflowers, because I have like none of those. And eventually we are going to need them probably, but I got a lot of fulgur bloom, a decent amount of like stuff, materials to make like poison pots and shit like that, between poison bloom, toxic mushrooms, etc. And we can get those relatively easy. There's definitely like a handful of things we don't have a lot of, but I'll worry about like farming some of those things like if we get to a point where I actually start using some other sort of thing regularly. But yeah, close to, well, 450 mushrooms is not bad between like smoldering butterflies, regular, what's the other thing that we were using? Oh, you know, fulgur bloom or whatever that we might use for the various pot types that we have that actually require like mushrooms as one of their base reagents. Alright, so now we just got to go to the cave, which I want to say is over this way. So I'm misremembering exactly where the entrance is, but... which I might be? I thought it was down here somewhere. Maybe it's further up. Out of my way, stupid mosquitoes. Mosquitoes that aren't even actually mosquitoes, they're dragonflies, but everyone calls them mosquitoes, I guess, just because mosquitoes are annoying. Here we are. Okay. Gotta, like, familiarize myself with my controls here, just so I'm not choosing anything wrong, because like I said, I normally keep my heals on my action bar, so I gotta remember that I have them attached to my pouch instead. Cave moss is another thing we're gonna need, probably a bit of extra, especially the budding cave moss, because I don't think I even have, like, I think I have picked some of that up, but I've got like a tiny amount, like maybe even just like one or something. Let's see. Of course, this dungeon is pretty easy for us now. You're expected to come here pretty early on. We're, you know, technically speaking, over-leveled for the area. It's not like we're a crazy high level at this point, but we're still, obviously going to be capable of doing a fair bit of damage to these types of enemies now. High Road Cave is a really, like, interesting dungeon, especially, like, to find early game. I just feel like the layout of a lot of caves is, like, very simple. Not all of them, but this is one that kind of, like, expands in sort of a way that you wouldn't necessarily expect it to. Which is definitely interesting, if nothing else. But I just sort of wish that there was like a little bit more like lore tied to it. Just because its design is as interesting as it is. Sorry, puppy dogs. From stuff could stop making dog enemies, I wouldn't have to be doing this. But alas, here we are. Alright. Bats, on the other hand, I have no real qualms with here. It's because they're a pretty annoying enemy, to be honest. Oh, okay. My roll did not come out. There we go. Hey, Red, how's it going? How you doing today? It's good to see you. Oh man, for a half a second there I thought I was going to drop the octopus helmet. I don't really want to wear it because, again, we want to keep that equip load light anyway, but it's always fun when it drops anyway. Alright, let's see. Okay, I wasn't sure if that one was going to reach or not. So many bats in here. It's actually like kind of advantageous to just have like throwing knives or any sort of just like ranged weapons in general for this particular little ambush. Right now, you I'm probably going to ignore or maybe try to ignore. What's your damage like? Not good. Okay, I thought there was more stuff over here to pick up. I guess just this way. That should be everything, at least. Everything we care about. Held 33. Alright, so just make one of those. That'll have to be good enough. I'm good? Good to hear it. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. Can't complain too much. Work stuff is starting to pick up, so I'm starting to get a little busy again, but I'm gonna just keep trying to make time for stream where I can. At least long enough to, like, finish up some challenges and things like that. I should save my fan daggers. I don't need to be using those on him. It's kind of a waste. You don't really need the extra damage. I'm a little surprised at that one. I feel like I dodged that in time, but maybe I was a little early. Blue Dancer Charm. There we go. So, we only have 2 talisman slots right now. If I was to put this on, it does show our damage, our base damage going up a little bit. I don't really want to replace the sword charm with it necessarily, but I don't know how much damage we get out of it. I should actually just kind of like look it up just to see what the scaling is for it. Any games you play in your free time? Yeah, here and there. I don't really get a lot of time for games, but lately I've spent a little bit of time, you know, just playing this off stream just to do some farming, which is not really like regular game playing. Obviously, that's just getting some tasks out of the way so I don't have to do as much of that on stream, just so we can kind of focus on like the actual gameplay a little bit more. But yeah, lately I've been playing a little bit of Remnant 2. I've already played it on stream, of course, but I've been replaying a little bit of Remnant 2 with Charlie every once and again, here and there, which has been fun. Outside of that, you know, I don't really get a lot of time to do much unless it's like a little quick game of something or like the occasional weekend group thing or something like that. Maybe if we get together to do like Valorant or some shit, which, you know, happens only once in a blue moon. So yeah, definitely not like a lot of time for it, but I do like to game in my spare time when I can. Just lately I've been, the last several years, I've been kind of busy a lot of the time. Right, hang on. Blue Dancer. Blue Dancer Charm just says if equip weight is less than 8, then equip weight. What? Oh, okay. This sound not being based on equip load percentage, only a flat amount. The boost from the sound is not. Talisman is not increased by the wing crystal tier. Dancer Charm formula. Their breakdown of this is confusing, but max multiplier is 1.15 x, so 15%, which I think is not as good as the sword charm. I think the sword charm is 20%. Let me check that. Sword. Ritual sword talisman is, no, it's 10%. So you definitely do get a little bit more out of the blue dancer charm, but your equip load does have to be extremely light. So let's see, what are we at here? We're at 3.7, so theoretically we should be getting the max out of it. I don't know what the weight of that jar is going to be. We might end up needing a little bit of extra endurance to keep our equip load to be less than 8, because a lot of these things bring it up over 8. Hopefully the jar is not crazy heavy, but it's probably going to be at least a little on the heavier side. That way we'd be getting the max benefit out of it, but currently that means, or should theoretically mean, that this is actually a slightly more potent attack power up, so we'll give this a try, and then later we can re-equip the Ritual Sword Talisman when we have another slot, which we will get once we actually defeat another Legacy Dungeon boss, which we do need to decide here soon who we're going to fight next. I want to get those other couple of charms gathered if I can first, but we need to decide between Renala and Radahn, because those are the two that I would prefer to do next. First and foremost, let me come over this way. We can get the Lightning Scorpion Charm from Windham Catacombs, and then if we come back up through here, we can go make our way around to Fort Lade and get the Fire Scorpion Charm. And then all we gotta do is come up here into this little area and get... In fact, actually, let's just do that one first, just to get it out of the way. We'll go get the Amber Starlight so we have it for Celovus. And then pretty soon we should be able to finish that leg of his quest, but we can just go ahead and pick it up. Plus, there's more Sacramental Blood in there anyway, so that'll certainly be useful. Always good to be able to have those preserving boluses just to get rid of the Scarlet Rot, especially if we do all bosses type stuff. You know, we're going to want to be able to get rid of that shit going into the Lake of Rot and all that. I will say, though, that depending on how things go with this run, it's still not like a guarantee that all bosses is going to be on the table, but I do want to obviously at least finish the run with, you know, the kind of any percent, and we can do any additional bosses that we feel like doing. All bosses just takes a while with this, especially at the rate that I'm playing. But, like, I do think that it's at least an option for us. Okay, come on back over here. But obviously certain fights like, well, even Radagon is already going to be challenging himself just because I expect him to deflect a lot of our ranged attacks, which is pretty much all that we have is ranged attacks. There's some that he probably won't bother deflecting, but like Potts, I don't think he will. But he may just kind of dodge them by the nature of his attacks anyway, somewhat frequently. The rest of the time, I'm gonna, well, I was gonna say I was gonna avoid him, but maybe we should just quickly make some holy pots to deal with him. See what we can do damage-wise to this Tibia Mariner, because it might be worth getting the kill here before we run into Windham Catacombs. We actually have the Holy Scorpion, or Sacred Scorpion Charm, so we could just throw that on for some extra holy damage. I just wish I had that third slot available first. But I think we'll get a little bit more out of that than the Blue Dancer Charm, at least while we're throwing holy pots at him. So let's start with... That's a waste, but I'm gonna, like, throw just to get rid of... I guess we can discard them, but... I'm gonna get rid of these few fire pots. I don't know if we're gonna, like, continue making fire pots in the first place. We might swap to volcano pots. But let's make 16 of these and just rest for the heck of it. I don't have Golden Epitaph or Shared Order or Sacred Order or anything like that, so we can't, like, further buff our holy damage with that kind of stuff. We could use an Exalted Flesh, I suppose, which we have plenty of and we can make more of, so I suppose, like, that's something we can do if I feel like we're going to need the damage. Let me just see what our damage is like, just hitting him normally. It is actually fucking terrible. What the fuck? That's with the charm, too. I was not expecting it to be quite that low. I didn't assume it would be particularly high because we don't have high faith. How did that miss? How are these missing? They're going through his body. What the fuck is happening? What is your hitbox, man? I've never had this kind of issue with this fight. Because I don't ever do like this sort of build. Well, this may be just like a giant waste of time, but it's kind of why I didn't want to use the Exalted Flesh, because I figured if our damage was like okay or mediocre, but like, you know, felt like we could get a fair bit out of some buffage, like I would have considered it. But with it being this low, I don't even know that we're going to succeed at this fight without wasting just a ton of stuff. I'm gonna use up these holy pots on him just for the hell of it, but that's obviously not great damage. It's, I mean, I feel like we're kind of invested in it now. We've spent resources on the guy. We might as well just try to finish, you know, but I don't exactly feel good about it. We might as well just do this if we're going to commit. Feels bad, man. Definitely not very good damage. Oh, especially when you miss. Come on, man. Missing it point blank does not feel good. Get some extra damage in there while he's staggered. That's good. Using fan daggers on an enemy like this is not like, it's not a great use of our one of our most expensive resources, to be honest, but you know, again, we've committed to it. Is what it is. Don't die to this. Where did he go? Is he up on the hill? I'm assuming he is, but I'm looking for my way up here. Alright, there we go, finally. It definitely sucked, but at least we got some runes for it. We're gonna want to buy some more fan daggers, like 100%. Okay, can you go in and grab the thing, please? Thank you. Should be some more sacramental bud over on the side here somewhere. Can't remember if it's like further down. I think it must be because that's the entrance to the catacombs. There it is. And then I gotta remember what this particular thing is. I'd prefer not to do it while we're in combat though, because I want to make like some more crystal darts here. So I can stop using other stuff. The golden sunflower, that's nice. Quickly make a bunch of these, and then let's make some volcano pots. Oh, whoops, I made the roped variety. I was like, why could I only make 2? Alright, well, we'll use those 2, I guess. Not exactly a great use of our items there, but that's fine. Again, the one thing about volcano pods is we need enemies to stand like in their effect a little bit, so they're not going to be great to use against like mobile enemies. Okay, apparently you went for a very extra long range follow-up that didn't look like it should have hit me at all, but I rolled that. Now I'm stuck. That's great. Fantastic. Okay. That was some bullshit. I don't know why this game is so dead set on causing you to get body blocked, like, so frequently. I mean, it was a mistake on my part to, like, allow some of that to happen. I was just trying to find a good way to use the roped pot, which is why I was being weird about it, in terms of my positioning. Certainly did decent damage to them, although I definitely would have had to use 2. But yeah, because of that stupid root that was there, I got stuck between the root and the guy, and then somehow I was so stuck I couldn't even roll backwards or anything. I was just in place forever. It's all good, though. We can get our stuff back, no problem. Surely. Again? Come on, game. For fuck's sake, why are you just not rolling these attacks? Why are they hitting so fucking hard, like extra hard? I mean, I know my... I have, like, no armor, but... I'm just a little surprised by how hard these particular skeletal knights are hitting me. Thankfully, they seem to die just fast enough that they can get caught by what's left of the volcano pots, like hitbox. Okay, Pearl Drake Talisman. It's probably not worth coming down here for, but that's fine. I'm going to avoid making extra pots for the moment until we go through a few more of these, just because I don't know if I have my heart set on keeping a lot of volcano pots around. I think we want them more for specific fights. Because trying to keep enemies in a particular hitbox area just to continuously take damage is not always the easiest. For anything that moves like slow enough, it's fine, but shit, we have enough small golden runes that's actually going to storage now. Interesting. Okay, let's open this up. Come into here like we planned. I'll level up quickly. We are going to go buy some fan daggers though too, but I do want to level at least a little bit. Start getting our faith up some so that things like holy pots and eventually sacred order pots can actually do some damage. They're never going to be like the greatest, and honestly holy damage is not going to be the greatest in the long term anyway, so I'm not going to go beyond like 20 with this probably. Because we're just going to likely want to use other stuff, even though against like death birds and death rate birds it should still be decent, especially if we end up trying to incorporate something like the, you know, outside weapon buffs or something instead of just consumable buffs. But we'll see. I still don't know how I feel about doing stuff like that. Okay. Come over here. Just gotta quickly get to that door that we're looking for. These guys have lightning pots, don't they? Yep, they do. I remember I was here earlier on my Ash of War run, and I remember being very annoyed by this location. Fight each other. Works. Go get him. Go get him, Tiger. Nice. Alright. Having this, like, makes this dungeon a lot more, I don't know, palatable? Tolerable? I would say that when I went through here with the Ash of War only one, like, I can't remember what Ash of War I was even using at the time. I think it was Hoarfrost Stomp, which admittedly is not the greatest against some of the stuff that's in here, but honestly, like, I didn't think it would be that much of a problem until it was, because I was just getting very fed up very quickly in this dungeon. I would like to just bypass you again if at all possible. Oh, it's getting a little close though. Alright, one moment here. All I need is to... I just need in here. If you could not... Oh, that was some bullshit. That was a fucking stupid prompt. Oh, interesting. That got stuck there. Are you gonna be stuck over there? Okay. Can I use this to my advantage? It would seem that I can, even though it's extremely cheap. Works for me, buddy. That guy's a dick. All right. Let's see here. We need to craft some more of these. And just for the hell of it, grab me a couple more of these at least. And let's just go ahead and grab the whole stack for now. Okay. Is there anything else we want to do? I don't know if I want to do all of Windham Catacombs. I'm trying to remember what the boss is here. It's not... The boss itself wasn't that bad for Ash of War. It was just the rest of the dungeon that was kind of annoying me, because I came here kind of early, and the damage here is a little high. Let's see. I guess I could probably... I think I had this up on the thing a second ago. One moment. Lightning Scorpion Charm, Windham Catacombs is Erdtree Burial Watch. Oh yeah, it's the lightning one, I think. That's right. So we can definitely do that fight for sure. He's a bit of a pain in the ass, but I think we may as well, just since we're here, at least give it a try. But then all we'll need after that is the other charm. I also forgot to re-equip my correct thing here. Let's just put this back on for now. I should have definitely done that in the middle of the fight with what's his name? Tibia Mariner. Extra cool if I could somehow get you to throw jars at the one of the other imps that are in here, but it's not gonna happen. At least these have like a decent range to them. They're not terrible. Just now he's like missing, and I'm missing because he's too far back. Not hitting. Well, okay then. I tried to roll there, but it did not want to let me do it in time. Why are you not hitting? You're right there. There we go. This guy could be a pain in the ass, and he also has at least one other dude in here with him. Yep, right there you are. I rolled, dude. I don't know why my rolls are coming out so fucking slow today. Like, or just not at all. Fight each other, please. Well, you did for a moment, at least. That's something. I guess he won't come out here. That's fine. We don't need to fight him. Just need to come down here. These knights are honestly just like super annoying most of the time. Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook 1 might be something that we want, actually, so I gotta, like, take a look at that one. Okay. Definitely still an annoying dungeon, but, you know, during a challenge run, I mean, but definitely not as bad as when I went through with Ashes of War only. Again, just because, you know, if we had chosen, like, different ashes to run through in here, it wouldn't have necessarily have been so bad, but with what we did have. It was pretty annoying. The boss not so much, but the rest of the dungeon is just kind of a pain in the ass. I am gonna rest though, instead of crafting more stuff. And we should be close to a level, so let's just go ahead and squeeze that extra level out right now. We need to use up some of these because we actually have too much. May as well just go ahead and get 2 levels out of that. We need probably about 25, 26k total. Let's see how far that gets us there. Yeah, we're about 900 short, but we can make that up pretty easy, so let's do that, and use 2 of these ones, and then 1 of the regular ones. The question is, will that restock automatically from storage? Because that's one item I don't remember if runes do, or am I going to need to grab it? I need to grab it, looks like. Alright. That ought to do that. Okay, so faith one more time, please. All good. At least we have a lot of, like, consumable runes that we can use to, buy knives or whatever we need. I've been trying to pick them up anywhere that I come across them, so I haven't really been using that many for just, like, levels, so we have a decent amount to buy shit with if we need to. Plus, like, remembrances I'm probably not going to be using for anything other than that, so it gives us that as an option, too. First of all, take that off of there. Now he's not going to take as much damage to fire, I think, because he'll be standing in water, which makes the volcano pots kind of not that great. However, lightning, I think he might have... I can't remember if, just because he's lightning infused, if he actually has resistance to lightning, or if it's the same as the other Erdtree Burial Watchdogs, in which case it's not amazing, but it should probably be okay either way. We could throw some other shit on the bar if we need to. Like some cuckoo glintstones, I guess. Let's start with crystal darts, and then we'll try using some volcano pots on them. Should have done this beforehand. Drink. It's not the worst ever. Do like that because they count as separate effects, and it's not like an overwritten spell sort of situation, that you can get nice stackable damage from these. Alright. Easy peasy. No problem. No problem at all. Extra runes, we can level up again. Or do I want to just, like, buy... Let's focus on leveling for the moment. What do we actually need? 13k or like 1300, or yeah, 1300 shy, I think. Let's just use another bunch of these. Okay, and then where do we want to go next? We're gonna go, I guess, here. So we can, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Actually, just come back up to the entrance. We can hop down easily enough. Go along the lower route in Gelmir just to get to Fort Light, and that'll give us the Fire Scorpion Charm. And then we should have, well, everything but the magic, but that at least takes care of all that stuff. Scorpion Charms, I mean. Then all we gotta do is get to that little leg of Celovus's quest line, and then we'll be golden as far as Scorpion Charms are concerned. So yeah, I think with that being the case, then we should feel relatively in a good spot to go ahead and go do, I guess, Renala or Radahn. I still have to like decide between the two of them, but I feel like we're going to have decent damage for Renala already. Radahn is still going to be like a hard fight no matter what. I just feel like I might want the extra talisman slot for Radahn, even though I would love to do Radahn as soon as possible so we could also get the Jar Helmet, but, you know, it's kind of like, you know, we just have to pick one. I feel like Renala will be the easier fight with what we have, so I think we should do her first. Sure why I bothered to get that, honestly, but I do still like collecting things where I can. Yes, there's lots of volcanic rock here. Or, sorry, volcanic stone, I guess they specifically call it. The nice thing about volcano pots is that they only require volcanic stone to craft, so... And it's only like 2 at a time, too. They're, like, really cheap. Whereas, like, most of the other, like, elemental-style pots, they require, mushrooms and something else for their, like, chosen element. So, obviously, smoldering butterflies for fire pots, Fulgur Bloom for lightning pots. Magic pots are another one that don't require mushrooms. Actually, they only require glintstone fireflies, but to be fair, those are, as a resource, those ones are, I wouldn't say they're hard to farm or anything, but they're a little less convenient than something like volcanic stone. Because usually when you pick them up, it's always just like one at a time. And they, you know, they're just a lot more like kind of spread out around like various areas. Whereas like the one volcanic stone farm that I already have is literally right next to a Grace, and I can pick up like 3 deposits within like 2 seconds and then sit right back down to the Grace and then do it again. Which just tends to yield a lot, but I might as well pick up all of these as we're running through here because it's a whole extra bunch. Just to keep ourselves super stocked up. Just because it feels like I'm kind of committing to using volcanic pots, or volcano pots at the moment. I don't really know. I gotta check and see what their scaling is like, if they even scale much at all. They certainly do decent damage, since they're like continuous. I would assume they scale with something. I just don't know if they scale with like strength and dex like fire pots do, or if it's like different. It could be just strength, it could be just dex, it could be neither. Might be like a int faith situation maybe, although I kind of doubt that. Alright, I'll be taking those and these. These as well. And we've reached our destination. Hell, even this is actually probably an even better farm location for them. There's Like, not only is this entire stretch just filled with volcanic stone, but even this grace has like 4 deposits right next to it, and they're about the same distance as the other one, so. Let's see. Is there anything else that I wanted to do? Quick. I guess I did want to go buy knives, but I don't know if we need to do it right this second. We have 34 extra in storage. Yeah, let's just go buy at least a little bit, just so I know that we've got, like, plenty. They're very expensive. They're, like, by far the most expensive thing for us to be buying during this run, as far as, like, anything that we frequently acquire. I don't really need to use... Oh, right, he's in Volcano Manor now. I keep forgetting. So we just want to... Yeah, we'll just sell stuff to him. We don't really need to, like, pop souls or runes before we talk to him or anything. I probably have other things worth selling. I actually need to talk to you.
Did you read that is the time? You will be competent if you are low, but you
So we did kill, Istvan, so... So we'll just continue this. I don't know if I'll kill all of the Volcano Manor recusant targets, or, well, they're not themselves recusants, but you know what I mean. Just the other Volcano Manor targets. Just because obviously NPCs are a little bit of a pain in the ass to fight with this challenge. Just because they all try to input, read, and dodge everything you do. But with Volcano Pots available, that certainly makes things a little easier, so... That's at least something. I'm going to buy an extra one of these just for the hell of it. Alright, so we need to sell you some shit that we're not using. Let's see. What do we don't care about? Basically, any and all grease we definitely don't care about. And we don't care about these. Those. We have a lot of Roa fruit. We have over the max, so I'm definitely going to just sell, like, a bunch of it. I'll keep some, because we do use it for, like, we use it for making exalted flesh, and there's maybe 1 or 2 other recipes where it's useful, but we probably have a bunch of this in storage even, so. Earthly flour, we probably don't need a bunch of, but I'll keep some again. Let's just sell, like, 50 of it. And the rest, I don't know too much about for sure, so we'll, just hang on to shit. There's a lot of stuff that's just, like, really easy to farm, but... Unless we hit, like, a certain point. I'm not going to bother, like, selling weapons as much anymore and stuff like that. I'll sell duplicates of things, but just in case, for whatever reason, I want to do anything with this character in the future, it would be good to hang on to at least a few things. I should probably even stop selling Ashes of War, to be honest, but I'm not too concerned about them. Okay. Purchase, like, just as many of these as we can get, or do we want to reserve enough for a level, maybe? So that would use, if we buy 44, that's like an extra stack in addition to like the roughly a stack that we have now. So we'd have like 2 additional stacks and enough or close to enough for a level. So let's buy like a couple more just to make sure that we have enough there. Yeah, exactly. 3 stacks worth. That's probably good enough for now. And then we'll go ahead and grab one more level really quick. Just to continue getting faith up to where we want it to be. Slightly overkill, but that's fine. Okay. Level it up. Almost there, and then we can go back to like leveling faith and shit. So what do fire pots scale with? Or sorry, volcano pots. So it is strength and it is dex. I always forget that it actually just straight up tells you on these. I keep thinking that you have to like check, but like to look them up or something, but you can literally just look at them in your inventory to be able to tell. Which is very handy that they give you this information, even though letter values or grades don't really tell you specific details like the actual value in like a number, but it's still good to be able to see. So obviously these don't have like amazing scaling, but you can see certain things do, like Kukri scale really well with dex, fan dagger scale really well with dex, throwing knives scale pretty well with dex, crystal dart scale with strength and dex, but also pretty, you know, not overly well, but they scale pretty well with intelligence. Poison bone darts, their damage doesn't scale with arcane. That's the scaling from arcane that you can see on these is just for the poison buildup. But they, at least their damage, they're like when you hit something with them, scales up a little bit with strength and dex. So, and so on and so forth with consumables. So always nice to be able to just have that information on at hand. But you can see that most of what we're gonna regularly be using does not require faith at all, and the only stuff that really will, in terms of regular consumables that we're using, is I think mainly just like holy water and sacred pots, because even lightning pots don't. Their dex and strength. Oil pots don't scale with anything. So yeah, that's why I'm not really going to go particularly high with faith. It's just kind of, it's useful to have for certain enemies in the game, but beyond a certain point, I don't think it's worth it at all. So we just kind of have to, either decide on whether or not we're going to use something like golden epitaphs, like, buff, for like the doing extra damage against things, you know, those who live in death, as they're called in this game, but, you know, things like skeletons, death birds and deathrite birds, stuff like that, that just they take like a huge extra amount of damage from those particular buffs, from golden epitaph, or certain varieties of holy damage, as well as shared order and sacred order that do the same sort of thing. So we'll see. I wish there was a consumable version of it. That would be nice. If there was like a physic tier, that would be like perfect, honestly. But yeah, not really so much as far as I've found anyway. I think there should be another letter for us in here. Actually, we should grab two just while we're here. Chat with Bernal as well.
What in heavens, the volcano? I hope you. Well, I thought you perhaps play, but no. That before you can.
Okay.
Hello, has a scanned a lady. Honey, something. Oh, it just is. Some like. Oh.
No apparition over there. I did grab the perfume bottle from in here before. Inquisitor Giza is still upstairs, but I don't know if I feel like fighting him. We don't need the pizza cutter, and nor do we need the somber stone that's up there. We'll probably fight him eventually just for the hell of it, but again, NPCs are just kind of a pain in the ass on this build, so it's just kind of a whole thing. All right, let's go get the Fire Scorpion Charm thing out of the way. There's another cookbook there that's also useful for something. I don't know if it's useful on this run specifically, but it's good for something. I just don't remember what. Free mushrooms is always nice. Well, I really didn't want to get stuck randomly on like a tree root there. I don't know why that happened. And I ruined my entire strategy of running in there. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Just wanted to grab the butterflies and get the hell out of there. I was not trying to do combat with all these enemies. I feel like there's some arteria leaf or something, maybe some lilies or some shit behind the fort itself as well. We should quickly look and see. Oh, it's Sacramental Bud. That's what it is. I knew there was like something rare back here. We can just leave you to your own devices. Let's get into the fort itself. I guess we could fight the big guy. We don't really have a lot of great things to fight him with, but we are at least shielded, so... If I could just get you to cooperate with me, thank you. I mean, the Kukri seem to be doing a fine job, I guess. As long as we keep our distance. Because the one real drawback to Kukri is just how slow they are to throw. Their damage and bleed damage is great. They just are by far the slowest of any throwing weapon that you have. Armorer's Cookbook 7. So what does that give you? I don't remember off the top of my head, and it's not popping out to me. Let's just look at it here. Oh, that's the Giant's Flame fire pot. Okay. So what does... Yeah, what do those take? Those are fire blossoms. Okay, so we can't make these now. But again, we can farm these pretty easily in Mountaintops of the Giants, which will likely end up causing these to replace Redmane fire pots, just because of obviously Old Fangs being shitty to acquire. And these are just far cheaper to make in general, so... Same with freezing pots. Once we can farm them, they'll be easy. So these will likely be like the two main ones we use. As far as ancient lightning pots, ancient dragon lightning pots, whatever they're called, I don't remember what their ingredients are off the top of my head, but we can't get those until Crumbling Ferrum Azula anyway, so they're going to be a little bit of a pipe dream sort of situation for quite a while. They'll never find me. Hee hee hee. Oh, found you. Okay. So that's the last of those charms. Let's just quickly, I guess, see if we can talk to Celibus. I don't remember if there's anything else I need to do to get him to discuss, you know, the puppets and stuff with us. I think we have to buy another one in order to progress him to the whole Amber Starlight stuff. But I have 3 Starlight shards, so we should have enough to buy pretty much whatever he's got available if we do need to buy another one.
How's the puppet a thing of it?
He still doesn't want to let us discuss. I don't think we have to buy anything from him. But we could quickly buy Freezing Mist is the cheapest one, just in case you need to. I feel like you don't, but
Begging for another the remain.
let's just see if that helps. So I genuinely just can't recall if it's particularly necessary.
Begging for another the
Well, since we have the money for it, just give me Ice Crag, I guess.
begging for another the
Okay, still nothing yet, but I may have to look him up because he was not one of the NPCs that I specifically worked on, and I don't remember what the flag is specifically to get him to do his next bit. I don't know if we have to... I know we need to not complete Rennie's quest line. I just don't know if we need to open up anything first. Like moving along part of the quest line to get him to the next part of his, or if there's just something else specific we need to do. Because it doesn't matter if you pick up the Amber Starlight early or not, you just have to be able to give it to him. When he requests it, so that, you know, you can get the Magic Scorpion Charm as a reward.
another
There we go. I want a new puppet.
Quite the key.
But I'm afraid I can how dear.
Why don't you?
If you can the soul of it and once
Oh, yes.
you're proving to I've not had. Begging for another the remain.
Perhaps you be in it will which I applied. I knew I had you just then. I'd rather with that and even a well, the blessed day. Goodness to think, my.
Yes, I am. Please.
Now just you the ski.
There we go. That is all we need from him. We don't need to worry about getting the actual Amber Draft itself, which I don't believe he gave to us, so we're not going to even bother picking it up from him, because we have no need for him anymore. So yeah, that'll do it. That gives us all of the different talismans that we want for different situations, all 4 elemental varieties. So that should come in handy, at least once we have a 3rd talisman slot. So I think the next order of business is we just go kill... Well, we make our way through the academy and kill Renala, I guess. I would rather have all 3 talisman slots by the time we fight Radahn, so I feel like that's how we should approach that, frankly. I'm trying to think, is there anything else we're going to want for the Renala fight that we want to get before we go to the academy? We do have to go get the key first, so we do have to go there and at least grab it. We don't necessarily have to kill the dragon, but we could give it a try at least. I don't know how good our damage is going to be against him, though. And then specifically in terms of things like physic tiers, I think we mostly have what we want, but we can potentially apply something else. We've gotten most of them at this point. I have, even though this icon is here, this is only here because I was farming Fergal Bloom up here before. I have not actually fought this avatar yet, but I've fought all the other ones for trees that are marked. So there's still this one and this one to do in terms of areas we've been. And then obviously, like some of these other trees we haven't really been to actually fight enemies at specifically, but we can at some point. I don't know that we'll really need them all that bad, though. So yeah, I think let's go ahead and make our way to the dragon next, and we'll pick up the key at least, and we'll give the dragon a try. That's definitely not the most terrible damage ever. I kind of wish I hadn't gotten hit by that, but... yeah, you did that in a really, really awkward spot for you to be doing that particular attack. Okay, I should not aim that at your head when I'm next to you like that. That was foolish. We've got 7 more. Oh, he's teleporting. We got a little too far away. Quickly. Nope, not those. We actually got far away enough to reset his entire thing here. But thankfully he didn't, you know, he didn't like regain health or anything, obviously, so. Damn. Get shit on, I guess. It's another easy 14k. Volcano pots are kind of fucking sick. Like I said, a lot of it just comes from the possibility of being able to stack up a lot of like continuous hits quickly. I wonder, well, I would wonder if somehow something like the Rotten or even just like the Winged Sword insignia could actually do something with that. We could use one of those talismans for anything, really, as long as we're attacking frequently enough. I don't know if they actually buff consumable damage or not is the only thing, but maybe? Okay, we're about 5 hundo short, so let's quickly fix that. All right. Level up, and we're 1 away from maxing out Faith, or at least not maxing, but you know what I mean, just being where we want with it. So let's head to the academy now. So far, this run has been... it's been challenging at points, but it's been surprisingly easy in other points. Like, because I feel like... what's our status here? We're only level 50. Which is not particularly high level. It's not low level for something like Liurnia necessarily, but just considering what we have, the fact that I'm not armored, really, I don't really have a lot of particularly high stats in anything. I just have very spread out stats. I assumed we'd be suffering a bit more in terms of damage, but we're actually kind of not. Like, sure, there have been some fights where our damage was particularly low, but, you know, we just have, like, enough of a big stockpile of consumables to kind of make it work anyway. Right, I remember this fucking stupid issue. Just let me pick it up, please. I don't even need it, but... there shouldn't be anything over there that we need. I think maybe there's some flame butterflies or something right here. Those are smithing stones, but for some reason I remembered picking up butterflies in here, but it might have just been off of like one of the little torch fires or the little brazier thingies, the campfires that are around the encampments. We got over here. Blue-white wooden shield we definitely don't need, but whatever. Some more free stuff. Alright, so obviously, like, we had done this recently on the Ashes of War run, so I'm going to try to not take super long getting this done. And hopefully we'll have a decent go at it, and then we can get to, you know, making our way towards Radahn and stuff, because I'm excited to give Radahn a try with this run/build. Because I think he's going to be a bit of a challenge. Hopefully not too bad. We can stay on our horse for potentially part of the fight if we want to, but to be honest, I don't know like how well that's going to go. Yura's not going to be here because we haven't done all of Yura's. Or no, we have. We did fight Nereus. We don't have to kill Agheel, I don't think, for him to show up, but we may have to go talk to Yura. But then again, I don't know if I care that much about the you know, completing his quest line. We might want to, though. It does kind of help with the whole like quick summoning of Eleonora if we want to eventually do Moog, so that we can you know, just get the specific crystal tier, I forget what it's called, purifying crystal tier, something like that. I guess if we're going to, I don't know why I dismounted to do it, but just come over here and just try talking to him really quick if he's still there. We have been to Altus already, so it may have already kind of skipped this part of his quest line, in which case there won't be much we can do about it. No matter what, Shabriri will still show up later game using his body, but because he's not here. He might be in the tunnel. I am not too sure. We could kill Agheel really quickly while we're here, just for the hell of it. Obviously, we just fought a dragon, but he shouldn't exactly be difficult, in theory. Of course, I've said shit like that before and regretted it, so... Of course, that was not anything to do with difficulty. I just misjudged how far forward he actually goes when he lands, because I thought he wouldn't go quite that far forward. I thought he landed a little further back, and because I know he slides forward, I just didn't think he slides forward that much. Just a little whoopsie. Oh, that stupid fucking dragonfly almost ruined things for me. Staggered me just long enough to potentially keep me in that, or to almost keep me in that attack. Oh, god damn it, you just had to fucking do that shit too. Come on, Agheel. Oh, tree, please. Just a little bit of cooperation. Yeah, being able to do shit like that is what makes volcano pots so good. It's obviously not all contained in one volcano pot, but being able to just like chuck two and do like just a whole bunch of fucking damage is kind of fucking absurd. Jump. Okay. Torrent took fucking forever to turn around there. Why did that go over your head? Alright. Extra little 5k. I mean, again, it's not like volcano pots really cost us much of anything. We have a ton of volcanic stone. We can easily get more volcanic stone. So, anything that we can kill with just like one little pile of volcano pots is kind of worth it, I feel. So this is not the way I want to go. Should probably get these thingies under here too while we're at it. Any sort of rare materials are worth picking up, I would say. At least anything that we might want later on down the road, and sleep pots are certainly going to be a likely to be important resource for us, especially once we get to something like Godskin Duo. However long it's going to take us to get there. I could potentially see some other fights where sleep pots might be worthwhile, but for the most part we'll be banking on using them during that one, because that's where we're a little bit more likely to need them. We don't even necessarily need them per se, but the big issue is going to be finding like good ways to split up our damage, because we don't necessarily want to just make like a full pile of sleep pots. We want some to have enough of a surplus if we screw up, or if the fight just takes a long time, that we have a few that we can use. But we don't really want to make more than, say, I don't know, somewhere between 4 and 6. So that way we still have like a handful. Okay, he is still alive and he's over here.
I'm your tarnish. You stay the part. Just remember, don't make your remote. Perhaps we won't. Perhaps we won't.
Okay. You're all set now, so we should be able to meet you back over here now. We can help him out with the Ravenmount Assassin, even though, again, fighting NPCs with this stuff is not the easiest, but at least we have him in the fight as well, potentially distracting him some of the time, so that'll at least make it a little easier. But yeah, I honestly kind of feel like Consumables only is like, it's borderline OP at times. I have the means to keep my distance if I want. I can stay at light roll because of that, and not really have to worry too much about like having a lot of armor or even a lot of vigor. Nice one. Just walk back into it, you idiot. I was going to be throwing a lot of these around. If you get hit by it, that's your fault. What's also like really overpowered about these, at least potentially, is that they don't hit your allies at all, or even yourself, so. Nice job. Quick load. We got what we wanted here, so when we go to Altus later, we'll find him dying, which is kind of like the normal way. You want to get like his sword if you want it, and all that. Obviously, you can actually get Yura's equipment. I think not if you kill him. You can only get it, I think, if you kill Shabriri, unless I'm misremembering. Let's see. So, sleep pots. This is one of those situations where I almost kind of wish that sleep pots were ritual pots instead of crack pots. It seems useful for them to just be cracked pots, but I almost feel like it would be nice to just be able to make like a handful of these as ritual pots so that I don't have to like sacrifice any of the cracked pots for it. But it doesn't mean that we won't be able to use things like Giant's Flame or freeze pots or whatever the fuck we want by the time we get to like Godskin Duo anyway, so we should be fine. You just don't really carry as many ritual pots, obviously, and but we will still carry like some other cracked pot variety, whether it's volcano pots or something else. Just kind of have to see. Alrighty. Let's see. I wish my targeting hadn't randomly gotten fucked up there. I'm not sure why I lost lock on to a guy who was standing right in front of me, but... Again, please stop randomly losing lock on to these guys. I don't know what's going on with that, but... be nice if that didn't happen. I don't know if it's just something about the way that they're like standing up or if something in the terrain is causing that issue, but I feel like I don't normally see that. But then again, I usually fight these guys melee almost all the time, so it maybe just isn't typically a concern. I probably don't even bother locking onto them a lot of the time, so... How many rune arcs do we have now? 10. At some point, you know, we might even use one for Renala. Maybe even just sooner than that, just because, like, having, you know, extra stats is certainly going to be helpful. And we're not dying, like, a crazy amount, at least not yet, so I could see it just being useful to have. It'd be neat if you could, like, somehow craft them. You can obviously buy some rune arcs, but... at least some, you know. These enemies I definitely don't really consider worth killing with our limited resources because they're very tanky. They have a lot of damage resistance. They're not necessarily very weak when it comes to the amount of HP they have either. But any putrid corpses just have like really high resistances in general. It's kind of the reason why the putrid corpse Ash of War is actually kind of decent in general to use, because it summons a group of them and they just sort of, they're very slow, but you can sort of use them to tank in certain situations just because they have so much damage resistance. Now, obviously, you'll still, you know, if you really want to use them to that benefit, like long-term, you still have to level them up a fair bit. And certain particularly tough enemies are still going to probably get through them pretty quickly, but... sick. Oops, they're a little bit too much. It's alright. Oh, why am I targeting you? For some reason I thought he was another dog. Ooh, I don't know how I didn't get grabbed there. It really looked like he should have grabbed me. Alright, I would like this, please. Thank you. Let's head on up through here. Plenty O runes. We are still under attack, so we can't craft anything right at this second. It's okay, though. We're not really hurting for stuff, necessarily. As long as we get the dogs dead. When I tried to, like, run through here on my Ash of War playthrough, a couple of dogs just wanted to chase me, like, all throughout this area, and they were being really annoying about it. Let's see if we can just wait here for, like, a half a second and see if we can lose aggro. The putrid corpses are kind of a pain for that sometimes. They'll just want to hold on to aggro for a while because they're very slow. Slow to chase, but also take a long time just to kind of like lose track of you. We've more or less line of sighted them, but well, whatever. I don't think we're going to need to worry too much about it. We set it up and they walk into it and they die, and that's it's just easy mode, I guess. Alright. Yeah, see, this guy is like still aggroed to me way over there. That's alright. We're almost at the Grace anyway, so 'tis all good. Free crystal darts never hurt. Alright, let's make sure we grab all the other stuff that's like down here as well while we're at it, and then I don't know that there's much that we need in this direction, but I'll kind of just make sure that I do it anyway. Hey Ed, how's it going? How are you doing? Hope you're having a good one so far. Let me come up here really quick first. Just to make sure there's nothing else specifically to grab before we aggro all the shit that's over there. Okay, I didn't really think so, but there might have been an item there. Alright. Let's see who we got. We got the two of you, which I feel like there should be more of, but not avionettes, but that's more or less what I was looking for. It was I was like, I'm pretty sure there's some putrid corpses here. Okay. God, that fucking reach is ridiculous. Just want the items, please. I will leave you all in peace. At least we didn't die. That blood loss was a little bit gnarly, but again, that's part of the risk you take when you are running without... Oh no, I lost my sprint. Okay, we just made it. Actually, why did I even bother writing this back up? We should have just... We could have jumped on the other one and continued writing down. I don't know why I did it that way. Okay. Mr. Holds Out Torch. Real funny. I think I just had it kind of like, not so much muscle memory, but like I remembered writing it up the last time for Ashes of War because I was trying to get back up there because I had to ride the elevator down to like get rid of the dogs temporarily. And so I just like had it in my mind that I needed to ride back down again for some, or back up again for some reason before I could come down here. As far as if we want to deal with anything down here, did I aggro you? I think I might have. Sounds like it. Nope, never mind. That's just the sound of the wheel. I think we did catch it, the abductive urgent's attention temporarily there, but... I guess we can fight you. It's not like we need the fucking long-tail cat talisman. I suspect fighting this is going to be kind of a pain in the ass, although we can craft now, so let's make some of these. Throw those on the bar, because these guys are kind of weak to lightning. It does stagger them usually pretty easily. Typically, anyway. It does help when you actually have, like, attacks that also do some stance damage, but at the very least, the pots themselves are doing good damage to it, so that made that relatively easy. We'll use up these 2 lightning pots before I switch back to volcanoes entirely, but let's at least craft the remainder. Okay. Now we're just gonna warp back up here rather than riding anything up because it's just slow for no reason. And then we'll continue on with the rest of this. Why were we able to craft 4 there? That was weird. Or no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong number. It must have been that the cost of volcanic stone was 4, because it should be 2 each, so that would make sense. I just, for some reason, I thought it was saying that it was crafting 4, and I was like, we should have only had 2 slots available. More Trina's lilies. A crown that we'll probably never wear. Getting close to another level here, which means we can be done leveling Faith here soonish. What's this like on y'all? Not bad. I might not have even needed that crystal dart, but I feel like we probably did. We definitely do. Oh. Oh no, I guess he just got clipped by the other one. Wait, no. Okay. I've done a small amount of damage to this man, but I'm not going to kill him. I am going to try to evade him a little bit, though. We've made it kind of a goal to not, with the exception of when we are forced to fight Alexander, we've made it kind of a soft goal to not kill any of the jar friends here, because we are ourselves kind of jar friending it up a little bit. Open the fucking thing. Alright, we gotta... Should have not done that way. We should have targeted him first. I think large pot friend has gone the other way, looked the other way. He's been very understanding with our mistake. Okay, we're all good, we're all good. Item crafting. Where are we on potions and shit? We have plenty, honestly. I don't think we're going to need to rest before we fight the boss or anything like that. Unless I screw something up really majorly. Now, this boss could be a bit of an issue. I guess we'll have to see how it goes. Because he doesn't really sit still much, so hitting him with pots is going to be difficult. And honestly, even throwing shit... I don't know that he'll try to evade specifically a lot of the time, but just that the red wolf enemies have a tendency to just bounce around constantly while they're doing shit, which just makes hitting them with ranged combat a little bit more difficult than it would otherwise be. Don't mind me. I'm just passing through. Alright, I am going to top off, though, so that means we have 6 left. It's not terrible damage, at least. Ah, shit. Could have, like, delayed that roll just a little bit, I think, to not get hit there. Oh, that was some bullshit. I got stun locked. I shouldn't have gone for the second throw, probably, but I do feel a little bit robbed on that one, because I feel like I should have been able to evade that, but I just couldn't. After my second, like, throw, I was still sort of recovering from that animation, I guess. I mean, okay. Alright, let's run by the rest of these fools. There's more runbacks in Raya Lucaria than almost like any other dungeon, really, but for the most part, they're not like terrible, at least. Okay, I questioned that one a little bit, but I rolled. What the fuck? Sometimes this game just does not want to take my roll inputs, man. I definitely should have had the roll there. Fuck. Alright, not exactly my best fight, but not too terrible. We should have enough for like 2 levels again, I think. Or at least very close to 2 levels. Let's see, we need... Oh no, we need 15k, so we're definitely like a bit off, but we can make that up pretty easily. 30, that's probably enough. One there, and let's start... What do we want next? We are eventually going to want like a little bit more vigor, but I feel like we can still maintain like with a low-ish vigor. We're actually slightly shy, by the way. We're like a little under 50 runes shy, apparently. Probably just go outside and kill one enemy, but... we're probably going to want... Weirdly, I feel like we definitely want to get more int, just if nothing else, crystal darts have been a little bit of a bread and butter thing for this run, but we definitely want dexterity and at least some strength. Faith, I think we're going to leave at 20 at least for quite a while. Endurance we'll probably want some of, but we don't need it right now. Mind, we're definitely going to want some of, but again, we don't need it super bad right now. So let's go with dexterity for the moment. We'll get it up to at least 25, and then we can go int, 25 or 30. Then we'll go int, we'll do the same thing, then we'll do like strength after that. Or maybe we'll intersperse a few, like, we'll sprinkle in a few levels of mind or endurance somewhere in there, or vigor if we really feel like we need it. Alright, so that being done, let's continue this away. And yeah, I'm probably not going to bother trying to do all of... Well, do I care about... Sorcerer. I mean, I can always like get his shit later. I don't really need to do like the rooftop areas. I think maybe we'll skip that for once. And if we really need like the Twin Sage Glintstone Crown or the extra key for Sorcerer Thops or whatever, we can just get all that shit figured out later. So I think we'll just kind of we'll do the rest of the academy as much as, you know, we need just to get to Renala and stuff, but then beyond that we'll so if he wants to hit me through the wall, I can hit him through the wall. That seems like fair game. Thought that I'd be able to get that off without getting hit there, but it's okay. Item crafting. Do those, and we are currently holding 40 of those, so that's fine. Still looking good. At some point, we're going to want like some uplifting aromatic, but again, we can't do that until we get silver tier husks, which is a whole other thing. Spark aromatics is another thing we could make at some point, but we need Miranda powder for it, and that's another thing. That one we almost kind of have to like kill enemies for, which makes getting this spark a little bit more of a pain in the ass, honestly, or this aromatic specifically. So I feel like perfumes we might relegate slightly more towards buffs most of the time, but we can at least on occasion. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Right, thankfully they didn't die, because I'm trying not to kill the jars. At least when it feels like I can. Alright, so that should be, or this should be our other cracked pot that's available here. So that's one more. Brings our total up to our 17. And then we can get another 2 in the Oritza side tomb, and then the final one in Leyendell. So that should be pretty good once we get all that like sorted out. I should reallocate my my throwables. I'm just kind of like realizing because I cycle through a lot of shit like just kind of willy-nilly. Oh shit, I didn't realize that I had gotten their attention. I mean, in a way, it doesn't really make a huge difference because if I put crystal darts right after pots, or if I put them first and then pots, it means I only have to press the button once to switch between the two, but actually no, that is still smart because then I can just hold the button to instantly go back to pots. I don't have to cycle through all the rest just to get back, so we should do it this way. And I still think I would prefer Kukri directly after that. Yeah, that seems fine, I guess. Maybe Poison Daggers last. That seems okay. I'll at least open this, but I'm not gonna... Okay. Pretty not good roll there. Wow. I again had the wrong thing equipped, but... I do need to grab the... Well, I don't need it, but I do want to grab the Glintstone Wet Blade, because I forgot to grab it. Let's try not to get the Abductive Virgin's attention until we have like a few slots available or something. I wouldn't mind killing it, but again, it's kind of a little easier to do with lightning pots than anything else, so if we at least get a couple, that would be good. Could always just kill this crab up here, I guess. It feels like a little bit less of a waste that way. There we go. That'll probably give us enough to use for the fight. Make some of these real quick. Throw them on the bar. Fighting an Abductive Virgin with like volcano pots wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing in the world, because they do like occasionally go relatively stationary, but that's right. It's I guess it's if you hit their core with lightning, that's what typically specifically gets them dead really quick. Or rather staggered, I should say. There's another crab here, which this one I'm gonna ignore. I just want the Trinazoli that's over here. Didn't even come out of the ground. Moongrim, maybe don't aggro, don't notice me, please. At least until I've had a chance to do some other shit. Let's make sure we at least have this open in case we suddenly die trying to kill these other guys, although it's not really that advantageous of a shortcut to have. It's like useful maybe for the briefest of moments, but because of the enemies that they specifically put there, it's actually kind of a shitty shortcut. Is there not like a rare herb here? Yeah, Trina's Lily. Okay. I was gonna say, I thought it was a Trina's Lily, and I was like, well, maybe it's a different thing, and I'm just forgetting. Yeah, because even this door is like more useful to have open than the other one, because you have a lot less shit you have to go past, like directly past, in order to get back to here if you die. And if you do manage to kill these guys up here to get rid of the boulder, then it's by far like the safest route, and it's not really even shorter. I still don't quite understand how sometimes these things are just kind of going through you, but just feels like a lot of the time firebomb hitboxes are a little inconsistent. definitely stepped out at the wrong time. I thought that was going to hit the wall before it hit me, but... Alright, that takes care of that trap then, so the boulders will not spawn now. Where are we at on volcanic stone? We've gone through a lot of it because we've been consuming like a ton of these. We still have at least a decent surplus for the moment. All right. So now for Mr. Fuckface. let's deal with him. He's already aggroed too. Again, this is like a situation where like having roped fire pots would actually, or just any sort of roped pot would actually be sort of useful. I healed there. He was obviously going to hit me. But yeah, just more times where you can do... Oh, fuck you. I hate how fast that shit comes out for him. That spell does not seem anywhere near as fast when you are casting it, but when he casts it, it's like instantaneous. It's not really a slow spell for the player, but I swear it never feels that fucking fast. For him, it's just like insta-poke. There goes 90% of your HP. It's probably not really that much, but, you know. Even so. A little bit of a bullshit attack. All good, all good. Let's go over and grab this. And we'll try again. Yeah, and again, like, the thing of it is, like, I would make roped pots, if I could. But, like, Miranda powder is likely going to be in some cases, string, and, or even just, like, old fangs. It's just one of those resources that we specifically have to, like, farm for. Yes, burn, you bitch. We just want to get some distance from him so that we can, like, not so far that it's, that we're not getting the benefit from this, or much benefit from it before he has a chance to run into it. But we specifically want him to run into this shit, so. Because the AI is dumb enough to do that shit. Which is good, because their AI will input read everything you do, so. I don't feel that that should have hit me, but okay. You and your amazing fucking 360 tracking, I swear to God. Okay, we've burned through his heal at least. Bye, Moongrim. Okay, douchebag down. Obviously, it feels like a little bit of a cheap tactic to do it this way, but, you know, I mean, we could go the extra cheesy tactic of just dropping him down an elevator shaft, so at least in this fashion, we're actually kind of fighting him. We're just abusing the AI's stupidity. But like I said, the AI is designed to input read the shit out of you, so I don't exactly have any other way to make it, like, simple. Alright, so let's see. For this fight, I still don't know if, like, Fire Scorpion Charm is going to be better than the Blue Dancer Charm in the long run here. I think if we stack up a few of these on Renala, we can definitely do some good damage to her. We should definitely, like, put on pretty much anything that we think we're going to potentially need, though, so... Poison certainly should help. And yeah, I don't know if I want to save my... I think I'll save my Physic for the second round, maybe. Yeah, but we will use some Exalted Flesh, so let's also just make a couple more of those. And then I think also I'm going to go ahead and use a Rune Arc for once, just for the extra stats and HP and all that. This will improve our damage some. So yeah, first one of the run. I'm going to endeavor not to use them very often, but not because there's anything wrong with using them, but we just don't want to use them like crazy so that we run out of them super fast. But this gives us like a decent amount of stuff we can use here. Poison could also help a bit, but I think we'll prioritize using Volcano Pots on her to start. And just maybe try to reserve at least some for the second round. Okay, we can definitely oh shit, we can definitely two-cycle her.
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
Damn it, I don't think I got that off. I'm gonna skip this as well. Okay. Fuck off, I hate that attack so much. What? Okay. That I should not have been hit there. I was adequately running sideways, which should have been enough. Unless I was at like a slight angle, maybe, but... Okay, she's poisoned now. Of course, you want to keep moving. This is why... Ah, fuck's sake. Still taking a lot of really dumb hits in this.
giant.
Oh, I'm out of those. No, El Gigante, leave me be.
Come, O throne dragon.
Okay, just... my lock-on is failing the fuck out of me here. Wasn't sure. I thought I might be at the max range of that, but apparently not. Oh, I did use that already. For some reason I thought I hadn't yet. This motherfucker is still active? Okay. I hate that attack so much, man. It's so stupid. Apparently you're still alive. Okay, game. Camera angle kind of screwed me a little bit on that one. I couldn't really see that attack hitting me there. Or at least it really did not look like it was going to.
Come, O sworn giant.
I can just get close to you for a hot second.
Little
That'll do.
Rani, my
I should have been using those things earlier, but...
weave thy
All
might
right.
into being.
Probably not the best way that could have gone, but, you know, it went fine. Still was only one try. A nice cool 40k for our troubles.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light
Alright, with that done, I think let's go ahead and craft some more of these. We are just about out of volcanic stone, though, so I'm going to have to probably farm up some more soon. We are holding 30, so just go ahead and craft those as well. And that should pretty much do it. We're out of poison bone darts? Oh, I guess because we haven't rested. Right, it doesn't, like, automatically refill until you do that. Just because there's a screen here, it's not the same. So we did have an extra flask as well, which is nice. I might eventually allocate that to a third blue, because I feel like we don't necessarily need, like, 9 heals a lot of the time, but 2 is probably okay for now. Once we get up to, like, 10, we'll probably shift that to a third blue. Okay, let's get some levels. Get one more yet.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light
More.
plenty, dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gripped?
Alright, That should start to help a little bit. This does raise like our damage with crystal darts too, just less so than intelligence does. But yeah, I'm still getting like some nice benefit out of these. All right, so with that done, let's head to... What just happened there? I was trying to teleport to Round Table Hold, and then the game just sort of like shifted to black for like a half a second and then came back. I don't know why. It's like some of her shit reset for some reason. I don't know why.
Only fine. You have now to become the thing as now become.
Hey, Loma Cacao, how's it going?
Lord.
I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're doing well as well. How's your day been so far? All right, finally we have a third talisman pouch, so we're gonna put, for just the moment, I'm gonna put the ritual sword talisman in, but we are probably going to swap that for one of these scorpion charms, like whenever we feel like we really need it. I don't necessarily want to keep it on because we are still unarmored and all that, so we're just taking extra damage is kind of unnecessary when I feel like our damage is already like adequate a lot of the time. But if we need like extra damage, like if we're like for Radahn, we'll likely want it, even though it will put us in a more vulnerable position. But we're gonna need the damage against him. And speaking of which, I got to think about like what I even want to use against Radahn, to be honest. Let's see. With Renala's thing, we don't need her scepter or spell. We don't need Godric's stuff. I might just go ahead and consume these now and just get what we want out of them. Be it levels or just some extra dagger purchases or something. I think we'll just go ahead and use it for another couple of levels. Easy work, but eating lunch, so no complaints. Hey, nice. 26 decks. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll just go ahead and take this to 30 before I swap to int or whatever we're doing next. It might be strength, just because strength does give benefit to more things than int does, but int does... Because we use crystal darts so much, int is also really good. I think before we go fight Radahn and all that kind of stuff, let me farm up a little bit more volcano stone, like, really fast. I think we're probably still okay on cracked crystal for at least a little bit, but we'll probably need some more of that soon-ish. Where are we at on cracked crystal? We have 130 left, like, on us. We have tons of crystal darts in storage still. Yeah, like every time that I do this farm, especially if we get lucky and get like 2 in one pickup or even 3 in one pickup, that's multiple volcano pots every time we stand up and take 2 seconds to grab shit. It only costs two volcanic stone per volcano pot, which is still a lot for, you know, when it comes to farming these. Obviously it takes a bit to farm up a lot, but like it doesn't take as long as you think. If you're willing to just kind of like sit there for a few minutes, you can usually gather up a lot of resources pretty quickly. It just doesn't necessarily last very long because it's a lot easier to spend those resources fast than it is to build them up fast. Another couple of rounds, we'll see where we're at numbers wise here, and then we can probably weave off of this for at least a little bit. It won't, again, it's not a huge buffer that we're gathering right now. I just figured we'd spend like a couple of minutes doing this just to gather up some of what we've effectively spent, but it's not going to be like all of it or anything. We've just been using a lot of volcano pots today because Well, unlike fire pots, again, they're just easier to craft resource-wise, easier to farm the resources because of that, as well as just the fact that even the farm for the resources are far more convenient, because, like, gathering mushrooms and gathering smoldering butterflies or any other, like, secondary ingredient for certain pots just obviously is going to take longer, and a lot of them are not, like, right next to a gray, so you have to run around a bit, so this is just very convenient, so it just helps that volcano pots are, like, as good as they are. Alright. After this, let's just see where this puts us now. We have 135 again. Let me do a couple more rounds yet. Let's get up to at least like 150. And then I want to see what is going to be best against Radon, because we're going to end up having to probably use a number of different things against him. But I just want to see what, because I don't remember off the top of my head what damage he's effectively weakest against, if any elemental type. So we might end up using even something like magic pots against him or something like that. I know he's like, you know, rot usually works relatively well against him, but we don't have like rot pots or anything like that, and we won't for quite a long time. Well, I shouldn't say quite a long time. We can get them. They're in the Lake of Rot. It's not like we can't go there to get them, but the problem is, like, I don't really want to rely on rot pots much this run. Poison is fine. Obviously, rot is better, but because rot pots require Aeonian butterflies, it just makes them one of those resources that are just too rare to really rely on for most things. Because you can farm Aeonian butterflies, but farming them is difficult. You know, it's as bad, if not worse, than old fangs. Because not only are they just like a low drop rate as you would normally expect, but because they're a rare material, they're like an even lower drop rate. So that just puts us like in like a great position for farming them. All right, we're one last run here. Just shy of 200, so this will put us like close to 200. That should be 197. I think that's good enough for now. Yeah, so let me just look up Radon really quick, because I don't remember if he's specifically weak to anything or not. Star Scourge Radon. Yes, Scarlet Rot he is weak to. He's only strong against Holy and Sleep, though, which we won't be using, so... So Fire, I guess, is okay. I don't know what his fire resistance actually is, because I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me, but... Because, you know, his magic resistance might be lower than his fire resistance, just maybe not necessarily, like, weak. But I remember magic damage being okay against him. I just don't know if we want to, like, really try to use something like Volcano Pots, because, like, he can kind of sit still-ish, but he's pretty fucking mobile, so I don't know how well Volcano Pots are going to work against him. I think we'll probably just try the fight with Volcano Pots for the hell of it, and if they just feel like they're really not working, then we'll get rid of any that we have and just try a different type of pot that are more for direct hits instead. And yeah, maybe we'll use the Fire Scorpion Charm while we're doing that. Are you going to cheese him, or was that patched? No, I'm not going to cheese him. I'll fight him straight up. As far as it being patched, if you mean like the... Are you talking about like where you can get him to meteor himself like into the ocean and die instantly in phase 2? Yeah, drop in the water. I don't know if they patched that or not. They might have, because I honestly can't remember. But I don't usually ever bother with that. The only cheese that I find kind of worth doing on him from time to time is it's not even like a real cheese, but it's the one where you can you back up like at the beginning of the fight to get him to come to you so that he doesn't shoot, but I don't think we're going to need to bother with that because it shouldn't be hard to get up to him, so. It just kind of helps you skip like the initial arrow phase. But yeah, I think we can probably just head right to Radon, unless there's something else that we should get in the meantime. Like, we can get rot pots, but again, like, in terms of what we have right now for crafting materials, we only have 12 Ionian butterflies, which means at most we can make maybe 12 of those pots. It might only even be like 6 or something, so I feel like that's not really in the cards for us. There's also another cheese with the branches. You can get on Torrent, jump up the back ledge, and he just stands under you, and you can just attack him. Yeah, that's true. I've never really particularly tried that cheese myself, but I have seen people do it before. But yeah, I don't think we'll bother with cheese. We'll, it is a challenge run after all. Part of the point is doing challenging fights. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put myself here. Because I got to think about whether or not there's anything else we need to do. But I am going to like take a really quick restroom break, y'all. So if you would give me just like 1 minute, but I won't be long at all. So just like one quick minute, and then I will BRB. All right, I am back. Sorry for the wait. Let us continue. If my game doesn't want to lag out for whatever reason. Okay. I believe the Radon Festival should be active. We've been to Altus. Yes, so we don't need to talk to Jaren and EG and all that. The warps are certainly there, so we might as well use that just to get in there a little faster. I didn't really fully explore Redmane last time. I kind of just did like the couple of little gatehouses just so I could get the Redmane fire pot. So we might, after we're done with this, we might come back to grab whatever we've not previously gotten. But for now, we're just going to go, I guess, straight to Radon. So hopefully we've got what we need and we have what it takes, perhaps. We'll see. Yeah, we're definitely going to just stick with this and using volcano pots, but if it seems really bad, I might go get the other elemental physics or crystal tiers so that we can try using a different type of pot.
I must admit that he must have heard by its task once he's out. So now the way ahead is.
I mean, not that we can't just use like regular fire pots, I guess, but it might be better to use like lightning or magic or something.
Indeed,
Are you planning on summoning? No, I'm just gonna fight him by myself, at least try to anyway. I really never bother with the summons, so I think the only time I've even done any sort of stream where I bothered with the summons was during a co-op thing where when I was playing with Marcus and Spy, because Marcus I think was just like summoning them anyway, so I was just like, yeah, sure, we'll just summon them. His HP pool is stupid. It is for sure, but I want to at least give it a try.
We must. Oh, the cell. You will general were divested and howling.
Yeah, the patches summon is certainly funny. I know he just like he just nopes out. Just like, no, I'm good. See you later. But yeah, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's okay. I am gonna switch. It might cause us to get like one shot, but I am gonna switch this for the Fire Scorpion Charm because I think we'll get a little bit more damage out of it, and also if we take damage, we won't immediately lose the damage buff. So hopefully we can make this work here. Otherwise, we might be potentially in one-shot territory with our vigor being a little on the low side. It shouldn't be like too bad though, considering we currently have with the Great Rune and the Soar Seal in effect, we effectively have 30 vigor, so that's not too bad. Obviously, you do take a little extra damage from the Soar Seal, but the vigor kind of cancels it out a little bit, and then the Fire Scorpion Charm will cause us to take more damage, but hopefully it won't be too bad. We'll find out. I probably should have considered making some poison pots. Okay, I immediately pressed the wrong fucking button. This is what happens when you fucking play Remnant. I like Remnant too, by the way. This is not a complaint about Remnant. But they do running in that game as kind of like a general auto run situation where you're meant to you are meant to use you know, you just click in left stick to just start the run. Now, typically, I don't like fighting him on horseback, but with this particular run, I will give it a try. Because I think it's going to pay for us to just be mobile and throw shit at him rather than actually, like, staying on foot. He's poisoned. That's the thing we gotta watch out for. There goes our bubble. This horse still got schmooves, sure does. I should not have thrown two there, but it's okay. Should have done this before. Did not mean to throw there. Wait, that is not the attack I thought he was doing? Okay. Thought he'd run off and summon his rocks. There they are. Okay, he's poisoned again. Here come the rocks. Ooh, I did not think I was gonna actually evade that. I assumed it would clip me. Alright, that's it for volcano pots. Direct throws now. Alright. No problem at all. Honestly, you know, Radon is just super easy when you are just on your horse and can keep a distance, which is why I don't normally like fighting him that way, because it sort of trivializes the fight. You can watch this cutscene. I haven't seen it in a while. Also, Timaware, how's it going, by the way? Welcome in. Sorry if I didn't say hi immediately when you came in. I was semi-focused on the fight. Going all right? Good fight? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's not like anything super special to showcase in that regard. Like I said, it's kind of made easy in that regard. You know, it's definitely impressive, or, you know, at least a little bit more impressive, I should say. Not, mind you that it really shouldn't, like, trivialize anyone's, like, success if that's the way that they beat Radon. It's totally valid. I just mean, it's especially cool when you can beat him in melee, without summons and all that kind of stuff. Because that's how I prefer to fight him generally, but it's certainly a much more difficult fight.
Ah, good. The glory of
Especially before they nerfed him, because before they nerfed him he was really fucking hard, but that's how I learned to fight him.
take up our sword.
Because when I was writing the guide, especially in like the earliest build, or earliest builds plural, that we had before the game even came out, the summons weren't even here for Radon initially. They hadn't implemented them yet, so I assumed you just had to solo him, aside from like if you were to summon like a friend or something. And, you know, but he was not nerfed in terms of his HP and all that kind of stuff, so he was really a pretty difficult fight to fight in melee back then. But that's how I learned to fight him, and I genuinely prefer fighting him that way, because it's a lot more challenging and intense, but certainly it gets me killed often enough. But yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with just keeping your distance or doing the summons or anything like that. It's all stuff that's just in the game, so it's totally 100% valid to do it that way.
It was one hit after that, and as such, as luck. If I and you know, who could expect?
All right, so we should check to make sure he doesn't show up
Who could expect? Just you wait.
at he might go right to Volcano or to Mount Gelmir, but we should probably check to make sure he doesn't show up here. But I guess we'll go there first just to see if he ends up there, because if we can get the jar from him, that'll be nice. But that should basically do it here. We don't need to worry about like the arrows or anything, so we don't really need anything here. We don't need to go to the War Dead catacombs for any reason, I don't believe, so I think we're done here for the time being. We got the grace, right? It's on the map, so yes, obviously we did. Okay, let's come back over here and just see if he's there already, and if he's not, then we will, I mean, I guess we have to kill the magma worm here, don't we? That does provide some little bit of a challenge. Let's switch this out for, I guess we'll say, let's go with lightning. And let's make lightning pots for this fight, because we have plenty of this shit. Hopefully that's decent. I don't know. It might not be particularly good. We might be better off with magic, but that's fine. We are getting a little low on like poison because I've used a bunch of them. We're going to need to get some more animal bones and shit. In fact, we could just buy some, I guess. But I kind of don't like spending runes on animal bones all that much. I'll just farm some shit up later or whatever. Where were we at on level stuff too? 21 to level. I think I could probably squeeze one out quick, but let's just that sounded weird to say it that way. Let's just get ready to do the fight as we are. I think a lot of the Elden Ring cutscenes are awesome. Also, I started working again and missed the entire fight. I'm sorry. Well, it's certainly there in the VOD if you want to see it, but it's not like the most exciting fight with him at all. Like, it only took us the one try because I think I had a couple of good clutch dodge moments, but for the most part, you know, when you stay on your horse, it kind of makes the fight sort of easy if you've got like good range and stuff. So he was really not particularly challenging. Yeah, no, like I said, that's why I prefer fighting him in melee, because it's a much more intense fight, and I don't usually summon or anything. Again, it's not to be, you know, even for like the ego in it or anything like that. I just find it to be a lot more fun that way, because just running around on your horse, again, not to say that it makes it any less valid for anyone who, you know, if that's the only way they've ever beaten Radahn before is with summons and keeping your distance or whatever, that's all totally fine. You still succeeded. It's just my preference to fight him the more challenging way of just getting up in his face or really on his butt and swinging some sort of weapon at him in melee range. It's a lot harder because you have to dodge a lot more shit, but you know, like I said, that's how I learned to do the fight back in the day, so it all works. I fought him pre-nerf by summoning enemies and hugging his ass. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people definitely did that. You're certainly in a pretty large group of folks who felt like that was particularly necessary to do, which they pretty well advertise for you to do. Like, they give you all those summon signs, and you know, it's this huge arena where you start like way off on the other side, and you know, he's just sniping at you with these like near one-shottable, you know, Radahn spear arrows. So it just feels like you're meant to bring help into the fight, you know, and that's by design. Like they wanted you to use those summons, so you know, that should always be kind of like the general assumption there. It's not the best damage. I should have, well, we should go and get the other physic tiers for different elemental damage. As long as we hit him in the head, it's not terrible, but it's not great damage, obviously. Helps if you don't miss, though. Sort of surprised that hit me, but okay. I guess it didn't really, it just more or less hit the horse, but I'm still just gonna use these up anyway, but it's gonna start schmoovin'. Oh, okay. Alright, lava. Okay, lava. Alright. you fucking say so. This didn't really seem like I was that close to all that, so I was a little confused, but I guess I just got turned around. Again, it's another reason why I just don't typically like fighting on horseback as much. The only thing I genuinely typically like fighting on horseback is dragons. Why is that? Oh, right, that's right. He just spit there. That's why. Should genuinely be making this guy bleed, frankly. I don't know why I haven't really been bothering to throw kukris at him. I'm gonna get hit. Yes, okay. There's a nice bleed. That didn't seem like it should have missed you there, but... There we go. I know you obviously don't need to fight this guy on horseback. I don't like fighting him a lot in this terrain, though. Magma Worm Makar, obviously you can't fight on horseback, and I don't really mind just doing it the normal way. Are kukri renewable? You can buy them. You can't craft them? Okay, Alexander is here. That's good.
Oh, mountain of fire! Bake me in your flames.
So yeah, well, you can't specifically just craft them or anything like that. Like they're buyable, and they're actually relatively on the cheap side. Or they're not at least overly expensive. Fan daggers are the ones that you can buy also, but also are very expensive, which is kind of annoying.
Ah, I hardly think you're... I've been take it.
All right, finally we have the jar.
I won't be. Perhaps I'll... As an old above the lock. Perhaps I'll... As an old above the lock.
Fan daggers are OP, though. They are kind of, yeah. Like, they don't start off especially great, but... Alright, so this raises our equip load to 11. We'll still get some benefit from the blue dancer charm, but we are going to want to level some endurance, like... even before we get dexterity to 30, we should get a little bit more endurance so that we're getting a bit more... so we can keep equip load down to less than 8. Currently, it's also higher than it normally would be because of the Great Rune in effect, so we have to keep that in mind. But if we get endurance up to like 20, I think we'll be in relatively good shape. It looks like 20 right now, but it's actually only 10. But we get 5 extra levels from both the Talisman and the Great Rune currently. But this will make our pots even better. And, you know, our appearance is certainly silly, but it's certainly warranted for this run. Let me continue this way a while, just so we've got everything over on this end, or at least can get to the next grace over here easily. I don't know if we're going to have any reason to do, like, the Gelmer Hero's Grave, but we might want to at some point, so... Another easy way to get over there probably wouldn't hurt. Also, if we, for whatever reason, want to do Selen's quest, we do have to talk to Ezra up here, so plus more runes. I forgot about these. If you take your pants off, you're a let me house solo. That's true. Very true. I'm gonna continue to rock the sweatpants look just because that's what we've been doing. Plus, you know, Let Me Solo Her has his own sort of unique thing going on. I don't necessarily want to be copying that or anything. But we probably won't put on like a shirt or gloves at all. I think we don't really need the armor, and we want to keep the equip load light for, at least for now. We might eventually replace the blue dancer charm with something else that gives like a greater benefit. But for now, we'll see. Hey, Nikashimi, how's it going? I'm doing pretty well. I hope you are as well. I guess we could have him come break this for the hell of it. It's not like we need the stones here, but... Oh, sick. He did it from a distance. That's awesome. F you. Stupid rune bear. Oh, okay. Alright, game. Alright. Yeah, I don't know how he, like, snuck up on me there, like, so fast. I think it was because I was hearing the other bear, and it sounded like he was farther away. And then suddenly he was just right next to me. So I was just like, oh, he's still over that way, so we're all good. Let's just heal up. Let's move on. Is Blue Dancer Charm based on max load or just static numbers? So it's static numbers, but you so the way it works, to my understanding at least, is it's based on, you know, what number you currently have with your equip load, but it's not like the percentage. It's always like specific numbers. So my equip load, in order to get the max benefit, I have to be under 8 equip load, which is very light. Obviously, we're currently at 11.3. But I should, by raising my endurance, be able to slightly, you know, slowly lower my equip load back under 8. So as long as I can do that, we should theoretically be back at the top benefit again, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Well, less than 8, so, you know, 7.9 and under. It has to be technically under 8, I believe. If it's 8 or over, you're in the next bracket. Give me your animal bones. I need to make more poison darts. just killing them for the principle of it, really. Just so I can be out of combat as well. Alright, do that, and let's craft a couple more of these. We have 40, we have 17 extras in storage, that's probably okay. Maybe just get like a little bit more, though. Oops. Alright, that'll probably do for now. Alright, looking pretty good. If you have any weapon, really, then you are over 8. Yeah, unless you, again, it's not really any weapon, but definitely, it's really hard to maintain the maximum bonus, which, like I said, is like a 15% damage bonus. Or attack power bonus, I should say, not damage specifically. Certain weapons are pretty light, like daggers and shit, but yeah, I believe if you know, obviously raising your endurance should, you know, raise the overall, tolerance that you have, and therefore, lower your equip load. Because it is, okay. It's rare for that thing to immediately follow you in a straight line. You see how this one has no head? It's weird because there's no significant, like, reason stated or even implied as to why there's an abductor version here with no head, other than just that maybe the demi-humans found a way to rip it off, but, you know, it's still just here, so it's kind of weird. But because it's like a headless one, it sort of just goes haywire and acts a little bit weird. It's supposed to go all over the place, but it is like dead set on fucking attacking me. But yeah, see, now you can see. Now you can see kind of what I'm talking about, but and now that I don't have my rune arc in effect, my my equip load is going to be even worse shape. Or maybe not. I guess maybe it doesn't. I don't remember if raising your endurance really makes like much of a benefit or not. But yeah, you more or less have to be like practically naked to get like a lot of benefit out of it. You still get like decent benefit even if you have some equipment load. It's not like you're getting nothing out of it. You just need to not be like, you know, at anything like even remotely approaching a medium weight, or you're effectively getting like no benefit out of it. Alright, you have the stuff, please. I know we could just be like killing these guys, I guess, but I'm trying to kind of just run through here quickly so we can get to the grace and all that. I think I got the crown and the errant sorcerer set, right? So we should be good there. We got the starlight shard that was over there. And the sacramental bud, so that's fine. Alright, I'm going to run by you for the moment after I loot those. I guess, well, actually, maybe I'm thinking of this wrong. You can't really increase the tolerance, so I guess endurance isn't really going to help us here, because it is just your max equip load, right? So the percentage, I think, doesn't really make a difference at all. If it's the static number of 8, then it doesn't matter if our endurance is higher or not. We're just not going to get the main benefit. If we take this off, we might get like slightly more out of it, because I don't know how exactly the calculation works, but we're just going to leave our pants on because I don't think it actually makes a difference. Let me look at the charm again, just to make sure that I'm not like, because I was explaining it and then like thinking of two different things at the same time, because I was kind of thinking of how it works. It It works differently, I believe, for like the Flynn's ring in Dark Souls 3, and this one is just a static number, and you can only raise your max equip load. It doesn't like change the overall percentage here. With that, you're still going to have 11.3. It just changes what effective percentage of your equip load you're effectively at. So let me just see what the calculation is so I know whether or not it's worth keeping on over something else at this weight. Yeah, so we're in the second tier, which means we are getting a 13.5% bonus instead of a 15% bonus. Because yeah, if you're less than 8, you get a 15%. If you're less than 16, you get a 13.5%. If you are less than 20, it's 9%. Or is it just point what? Point zero? No, it's okay. Less than. But anyway, it's if you go anything like if you're above, if you're at or above 30, then you get no benefit out of it. But you're not getting much of benefit out of it if you're even like at 20 or above. So really, you only want to be less than 8 or less than 16. The top two are the only ones that are kind of worth it. Wonder if I will ever meet Pate. Like again, do you mean? Like after Dark Souls 2? As in like a different iteration of Pate, like we've had a different iteration of Patches? Because obviously Pate is sort of meant to be the stand-in for... Oh, right, Prattling Pate. Yeah, duh, I forgot. That's what those items are called, aren't they? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if we're supposed to meet that character, or if they were just kind of being cheeky with like the name. I have no clue, because obviously like those talking pieces of carved wood are like a throwback to Dark Souls 1 with Hawkeye Go. But I think it's probably, well, I don't know. It might not be unlikely that a giant is responsible for this as well here. I guess I should probably like read the description because I don't remember what they say. So these are clay, not wood. Twisted clay sculpted in the shape of a demi-human head emits a voice that says you're beautiful. Wistful fetish that imparts voice and words on an eternal journey. Yeah, I don't know if any of them have specific like lore about anything else to do with their craft and who made them. And Prattling Pate might just be the name of, you know, if you think of it in like a series of, oh, we call these Prattling Pates. Like, it's not like it's necessarily made by a person named Pate, you know what I mean? But yeah, I have no clue. It's kind of funny considering the talisman mentions blue garb, and the only blue garb I know of is the swordsman. Yeah, so like the swordsman set that you get when you start as like a warrior, so the warrior set, seems reminiscent of what is being depicted here. In fact, it looks very similar. Oops, I didn't mean to get rid of it. It looks pretty similar in its design. So it seems implication that it should be like, oh yeah, this works for people who are kind of being like relatively lightweight and wearing like, you know, lighter warrior set type stuff, maybe going with like a dancer's sort of build with like dual swords or whatever. But even wearing all that shit, you're already like overweight to get like any benefit out of it. So, or at least close to, you're probably in the last tier, if not the tier that means you're getting nothing. Yeah, it's pretty bad for the build. All right, let's talk to you just so we have your location and whatnot for the quest, if we ever want to do that. And then we could quickly kill what's her name here. If I can figure out how to stand up. There we go. He's a little bit stronger than the ones in the academy, so that is not quite enough to get the kill. I knew that was going to happen. I'm trying to stay on this fucking thing, but... What? How did that miss? Come on now. What I wanted. Press the wrong button. What? Oh, fuck's sake, game. Sometimes this game does not want to let you dismount when you press the button over and over and over again. Of course it missed. That somehow missed. Where did my other roll go? My dude stood up and then just did nothing for no reason. That's some bullshit, game. All right, well, oh, right, I chose steak for some reason. Yeah, we should not have died there. I don't know why my guy decided to just not roll. I don't know if it's something to do with the terrain here, but it's being a little bit fucky with some of my inputs. Or something, because something's not working right there on a couple of things. But it's fine, I guess. Okay. I know you've got like some high ground advantage there, but that didn't seem like it should have quite aimed to me, but alright. What? That was 100% dodged, game. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about there. Just a lingering ass hitbox, I guess. See, that's how that should have gone the first time. Not so much the getting hit part in the first place, but the recovery part should have occurred. It just didn't. It's all well and good, I guess. Glad that we farmed up some more of these. Let's see. Let's just get those out of storage, level up a little bit more. Using mouse and keyboard or control? I'm on a controller. Dex, again, so endurance isn't going to help us. Let's start leveling int up to like 25 at least, and then we can do strength 25 or 30, again, depending on how quickly we get the runes that we need. Alright, so with that done, I want to go get these other physic crystal tiers that are over here. Let's start from the lift, I think. Yeah, demi-human Queen Maggie is correct. I do feel like... Alright, I forgot I had this on. It's probably a little bit of a whoopsie. We should re-equip... I guess if we want to keep it, we can, but let's just put this back on for the moment. Or keep a Scorpion Charm, I mean, not that one specifically. I do want to get up here. I don't necessarily want to go past the Frenzy Flame Tower necessarily in order to get there, but so let's just see about going up the other hill instead. Does this also just take us right back past it? I don't know why I'm thinking of it does, right? I should have just done this differently. It's funny because I often feel like, you know, as much as I know so much of this game like the back of my hand, it's definitely... A lot of that knowledge is already kind of starting to fade just because I haven't had to work on the guide stuff so much now for quite a while for Elden Ring that I guess my brain has finally started to let a lot of it go. So, and it's a massive game to remember anything in. Alright, so we have this. I'm not going to bother with Vike or any of that kind of shit. We just want to make our way to the tree. Which, actually, why am I even going this way? I mean, it's not a problem. We can still get there, but... I don't know why lately I keep thinking that you gotta access the tree from up here. That's not at all the case. You're meant to get to it from below, but we can collect some stuff while we're here. Definitely don't really need Shabriri's Woe much. That is a effectively useless talisman. At least for the reasons that you might want to use it anyway. It's pretty garbage. Because the only, like, generally foreseeable benefit to something like that would be, you know, aside from just saying, like, oh, I want to maybe try to find a way to make enemies aggro from a little bit further away for some random reason. A lot of the time you'd be wanting to have it to keep aggro on you rather than like your summons, whether they're player summons or spirit ashes. But it doesn't really work that way. It might help draw shit to you like initially, but it doesn't actually like do anything to keep shit on you. It's pretty bad. let's just get over to the tree. We don't really need anything else here right now. But yeah, controller has always been my preference for these games. I mean, you couldn't even really use mouse and keyboard very well in, like, let's see, the first one of these was like the Prepare to Die edition for Dark Souls. Or that was on PC, I mean, as a port. That edition definitely kind of sucked. It was not really, or that port, I mean, not the edition itself was bad. I owned it for Xbox 360, I think, at one point. Or well, no, I had the base Dark Souls, and then I bought the DLC. And then later I bought the Prepare to Die edition for a friend. I played it on their account a little bit, but I've never actually personally owned that edition on Steam. You know, and these days I just have the remastered version on Steam anyway, but, and that one works okay with mouse and keyboard, but the Prepare to Die edition did not work well with mouse and keyboard at all. I only ask because I use a Bluetooth controller on PC for all my games, and where, for whatever reason, ER sometimes drops inputs. That's not really a Bluetooth issue, it's just Elden Ring. Because I'm not even, you know, connected wirelessly. I have my, controller cable hooked up to my PC right now. But Elden Ring, all Souls games just are known to have input buffering and dropped input issues to different degrees. Elden Ring is not necessarily as bad as some previous games, but it's still got its problems, you know. Is there not some... Hang on, I know I came here for the tree, but I wanted to check something really quick. I know there's like a rune bear down here, which I definitely don't really feel like fighting specifically, but... Gold-tinged excrement. I'm trying to find just some regular... Not regular, but okay. But some blood-tinged excrement, which I thought there was some here, maybe, somewhere. Just all gold-tinged. I don't know that I need it for anything. We might need it for, like, swarm pots. I'm sure we can, you know, by the time we get our swarm pots in, like, the Moog area, we should be able to find some of that around there anyways. I'm just more wondering, because I don't think I've ever picked any up on this playthrough, what we might be able to use blood-tinged excrement for. Because gold-tinged we can use for fetid pots, but we're probably not going to use fetid pots much. They do use deadly poison instead of regular poison. Which is a more quickly damaging but also shorter lasting version of like regular poison, like that you could do with poison pots. However, the main downside to them is that you also poison yourself when you're using them, so I find them to be kind of like not necessarily worth it outside of certain circumstances if you just really want the higher, faster, or more damaging version of the poison. We should probably not rush through here. Let's make sure we get these guys killed, or any that are in our way specifically. We don't need to save resources as long as we craft before we enter the fight with the Erd Tree Avatar itself. Trying to be careful to not accidentally throw like an errant crystal dart over at him somehow. Okay, item crafting. Let's just make a couple of these real fast. That ought to do it. Good on pots, I think. We can carry more ritual pots, but this might be a good reason to use them, but actually we should probably save them for like the one in Caelid if we want to do that one too. So yeah, let's hold off on that. This one we shouldn't really need anything crazy special for. I mean, oil pots would certainly be helpful, but I don't think we're going to necessarily need them, so. 5 of these. How many more of these can we make right now? Quite a few. We can make 13 total. It does use up a lot of our arteria leaf, and I don't know if we'll need more of that for something, but right now this is okay. Hey, Karate, how's it going, dude? Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're having a good one overall. Hang on one second, y'all. Okay. I don't know that we're going to need Exalted Flesh for this. Eventually, we're probably not going to be using this. We'll be using, like, Lifting Aromatic instead. I have to look and see, like, double check with guide stuff as well, because I don't remember specifically which ones are going to be personal buff / aura buff or whatever, because I might be able to do Exalted Flesh and Uplifting Aromatic, but I have to check, so... and I don't want to be, like, wasteful with anything. But this also uses Arteria Leaf, which is why I don't want to, like, go crazy with these, because we are going to eventually probably want these over the Exalted Flesh. Let's just see what our damage is like without it. I will preemptively go ahead and use one of these, because I don't think we need extra FP. This, actually, real fast. Okay. Yeah, that's some fucking crazy damage. Actually. We're doing just fine. You got absolutely fucking roasted and toasted. There's our magic, lightning, and holy shrouded cracked tears, so those will be helpful. We can mix them into our physic. As long as we, like, plan ahead, we can make those work in different setups if we need to against different enemies. Because we're using the fire one right now, but we might not necessarily want it for, like, everything that we're going to do. Alright, let's see. Is there anything we want from Ainsel River, like the first one? I'm trying to think, because, like, obviously from the Lake of Rot we could get rot pots, and that we might want to use eventually, but again, we're not going to have, like, tons of those. So, I don't know if that we care too much about it, but I still would probably like to do it. If we end up doing all bosses, it's gonna take me a while to figure out, like, what we have yet to do, because I've kind of been, like, not really keeping track of what we have and haven't done, so it's gonna take me some time to figure it all out. I just don't know if we'll end up doing all bosses or not, but we'll see. We could kill... we could kill a bell-bearing hunter if we really wanted to. I don't know that there would be a lot of benefit in that right now, aside from just getting the runes, but obviously bell-bearing hunters are also kind of annoying, so... Maybe we go kill this, putrid avatar for the hell of it. I'm having a great day, ready to finish up work and get back to Baldur's Gate. Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad that you've been enjoying Baldur's Gate so much. What are you playing again? Are you doing a bard playthrough? I feel like that's what you said, but I might be mixing it up with somebody else. I'm not going to make more red main pots, but I will at least equip these if we need them. And let's actually throw this back on. should do it. Hopefully we can just use pots on this guy and that'll be like enough, but we'll see. But I sort of want the easy runes. I would also really love to kill Grail here for easy runes as well, but we don't really have a lot of great sources of bleed. We have Kukri and we have, well, that's really it. So we don't have great means of really doing lots of good percentage damage to her. If we had swarm pots already, we could make that work, and eventually maybe we'll come back with them or something, but I don't even know how well that's going to work, so we'll see. Okay, I'm a little surprised I didn't get hit by that first one. I should definitely not have thrown there already, but I had a weird moment just then. I couldn't seem to do anything. Thankfully, the game seemed to let me want to roll again. Okay, that's my fault. Our damage is totally fine. I do need to be more choosy about when I'm throwing, though. I'm being a little bit careless. Because it does take a moment to throw pots. Honestly, I had said before, I think, not so much incorrectly as just making an overall inaccurate statement, because I was kind of more referring to knives, but pots are definitely pretty slow to throw beyond just, like, other throwing items, because I was kind of referring to all throwing items when I was saying that, like, kukris are the slowest thing we have, but definitely pots are just as slow, if not slower in certain cases. I'm doing it again. What the fuck is wrong with me? I don't know why I keep falling for that follow-up. I know that it's gonna happen. Right there, I wanted to throw but couldn't for some reason. It's another one of those dropped inputs. Of course one landed right fucking there. Again with this? Okay. That keeps happening. Every time I kill these guys, I always seem to somehow kill them right as they're gonna spawn a bunch of beams coming at me, so I end up having to run after they die. Isn't this like every avatar that you let them spawn the beams? Yeah. Alright, what else would we want to do, if anything, before we get out of here? Well, obviously we got a bunch of stuff that we can use to level now. I don't think it's worth trying to brute force our way through Grail here without more bleed. We can get access to some frost pots, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Our stats are actually looking pretty decent at this point. Because yeah, we can certainly make like a full 6 of these, but maybe that'll be enough to trigger frost like twice. And then with Kukri, we can maybe bleed her like, I don't know, potentially 3 times, but then that's basically all we can do. because we can't craft kukri, and even if we could, we can't really craft it like while we're in combat with her anyway. So those are our only sources of percentage-based damage over time. And actually, freezing might not even really be very good for that. Actually, the bleed is really where you want to be with it. So, yeah, that kind of doesn't really leave us a lot to work with. We could, like, slowly poison her over time, but that's... even that might take, like, years to do. So I feel like we're just going to leave her alive, at least for now. It's nice when you can kill her. I should have used a gold Foulfoot when I killed that avatar, because that avatar gives a lot of runes, and we could have gotten something nice for it, but oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I'm playing Bard. I killed the swamp hag before she could get away into her cave this playthrough, so that was pretty great. Oh, nice. What level were you? It can be kind of tough to kill her before she runs away, because I've definitely, you know, gotten her to the runaway point easily before, you know, she gets to really act, but it's kind of hard to kill her before she gets to leave. Damn, level 4 too. Did you like incapacitate her in some way? Because like I've even done that at level 5, and mind you, I've only done it like in the early access and once in a normal playthrough. But yeah, I've hurt her really bad before, like close to being killed, but I've never killed her before she could run. Let's see. We've got 3 shard bearers dead. We could go... Is there a reason we want to go... There is a reason we want to go to Siofra, and that's to be able to make uplifting aromatics, was it? Yes, that's what we need silver tier husks for. Is there anything else in Siofra that we need? I have to look and see if there's any pots or recipes that we're looking for there. I don't think so. At least in terms of pots. Recipes, maybe. Let's see, we have the Giant's Flame Fire Pot now, too, so we can start making those if we want. But, well, we can't make them yet. We need Fire Blossom, which we're not going to be able to get really yet. Those will be post-Altus. Oh, where was the Academy Magic Pot one at? That's one we kind of missed, I think. No, okay. I'm sorry. That's late. That's Consecrated Snowfield. For some reason, I thought that one was earlier. So we won't have that anytime soon either. Other than those, Ancient Dragonbolt Pot is not until Farum Azula. Sacred Order Pot is in... Okay, that's the one that's in Siofra. I thought there was one somewhere, but I don't know how much we're going to need that, but we might as well get it. Swarm Pot should be Mogwen. Dynasty Mausoleum, or Mogwen Palace, I should say. And I don't think I'm really going to care too much about... I definitely don't care about Cursed Blood Pots. Those are useless to us. Rancor Pots, maybe. Also probably not going to be a big one. You can get those from the Tombsward Catacombs and Weeping Peninsula. I mean, we could try them, I guess. Where do they take the craft? Grey Violet. Oh, Human Bone Shards? Yeah, those are kind of... That's, again, just another thing that's not super fun to farm. Albinaric Pots we don't need, because they would only really be useful against NPCs, and they're annoying for different reasons, not really so much their heal. Beast Lure Pot I don't think we need, so... Really just... Swarm Pots, Rot Pots, Sacred Order Pots, and Ancient Dragonbolt Pots are the... well, and I guess the Academy Magic Pot are the only ones that we still need for pot recipes. Most of those we can't get anytime soon, but Sacred Order Pot we can go get if we want to, so I guess We'll make that happen. Blood Boil Aromatic, I think, is that also Mogwin? No, that's the Shaded Castle. Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, that we should go get, actually. Those require... That also gives us Poison Spray Mist, but that's also Arteria Leaf, Land Octopus Ovary, Budding Cave Moss, and Altus Bloom, so those ones will be kind of annoying to get the rest of the ingredients for, but I think we might want that more than Uplifting Aromatic. This is a 30%... Oh, wait, it's physical damage buff, though. It's not all damage. Those actually might not be that good, then. Because it does make you take more damage. It does give you extra stamina, too, but... I thought it was all damage, not just physical damage. That's... I mean, that's still good for, like, knives, but it's not good for, like, our overall build, because we have too many things that don't do physical damage. I had 40% to hit with Hideous Laughter with my character, and 25% with Asterion and Karlach lighting her up with Enraged regular throws. Okay. Nice. Yeah. I can understand that, especially with Asterion and his, like, rogue shit, or any rogue just doing, like, extra damage from sneak attack and shit will obviously be good. So, yeah, well done. Like I said, it's, that's kind of hard to do, so... Probably felt pretty nice. Okay, so... Sacred Order pot, we said yes. I guess we're gonna not give a shit about Blood Boil Aromatic, but... I mean, Poison Spray Mist might be worth getting, but I don't know how necessary that is when we have already 2 other sources of poison. Uplifting Aromatic gives us 10%. It's just physical damage, again, but that one gives us damage negation once, like, until we get hit, so I can see it potentially being useful. I'm just realizing that this is kind of, like, meh. Because they're specifically physical damage boosts, which makes them kind of not that great. Like, if you're stacking it with something else, I could see it still being potentially good, but honestly, I feel like we're just not going to be... It's not going to be worth going out of our way for those aromatics, so we might honestly be just better off just creating spark aromatics and calling it a day. That does mean we have to get Miranda powder, but I will farm that off stream as best I can without... It might mean that I'll have to kill things, but I don't think you guys are going to care too much if I just kill, like, flowers off stream. I can always just... I don't ever spend the runes that I have if I, like, sell shit for levels off stream. I just use them to buy knives, so it's not like I'm doing anything but farming for resources rather than levels. So yeah, we're pretty well set up with all the stuff we need at this point. We just need stuff to make spark aromatics, really. And then the pots. All right, I was going to look, sorry, one last second. Where exactly is the Missionary's Cookbook 5? It's in the Siofra Aqueduct. Okay. Got it. Should be easy enough to find. We might want to get the other cracked pots and stuff soon. Having, like, 17 is already pretty good. Having the full 20... or at least as close as we can get to any of the full amounts for anything, is obviously going to be nice to do. If we go to Aritza Side Tomb, we'll find both the final 2 cracked pots and 2 ritual pots. Or I shouldn't say the final 2, there's also one in Landell yet, but that would give us, like, some nice stuff to grab from there if we want to head that way. And then the rest of them are in kind of, like, later or just kind of annoying locations, and we can worry about the rest of the ritual pots after. I had enough of her shit last playthrough. Yeah, I feel you. All right, well, with that being the case, let's go to Aritza Side Tomb first. It's gonna be a nasty place to go, but I'd say let's just go ahead and do it. We can also get a bunch of golden seeds on the way. But we'll kind of just do our best to run through that dungeon and grab our 2 more pots of each type, which will be super, super handy to have. I'm a little surprised I didn't get hit there. I assumed I was definitely going to get hit by that one. Yep, I was looking left when I should have been looking right. Alright, we got there. What I really want to be able to do is like go back through, especially if we do all bosses, to run back and just kind of like stomp on a lot of the Deathrite birds and shit, or at least death birds, with Sacred Order pots, or at least holy pots. I don't know if those are still like bugged, because I know they were at one point to be like a little too fucking strong, but even without that, I'm pretty sure they're still like crazy good. I just don't know if it's like required to get the really, really good damage. I don't know if you like really need the like Sacred Order buff, or if you can kind of get by without it, because obviously it'll be better damage with it, but I just don't know if like we can still do pretty crazy damage without it, or if it's only going to be, you know, super worth it to do it with that buff specifically. Which again, I'm potentially okay with using buffs from weapons for certain things. Maybe. We haven't needed to up to this point though, so I'm trying still to just kind of not really do that kind of shit, I guess. Kind of thinking, I know there's a Deathrite bird up here, or Death Bird, I keep mixing up their names, but I'm just gonna run in and grab this, crystal tier and then leave. Go back and get the, isolated merchant shack. Grace. Winged crystal tier. We also want the thorny, probably. Or are going to want the thorny one. I'll check and see if he has anything that we might want, but I don't really expect him to. More than likely, you know, we'll just end up coming back here at some point to kill the bell-bearing hunter.
Is someone a customer? Well,
you have some golden sunflowers, but I don't think it's really necessary for us to buy those. We can just farm them up. If anything, rune arcs are actually potentially more worthwhile for me. I'll take the perfume bottle, but that's really about it. I feel like we might want rune arcs in the long run to be able to make some of the later fights easier, and to have like a little bit of a better pool of them. So let's actually just go ahead and buy these. Star Scourge, Radon, Great Sword, or Bow. We don't need either of those, so let's just go ahead and sell that big old thing. Grab some extra levels while we're here. Intelligence. Well, 1 extra level, I guess. Or 10k off of another one, but I don't really want to just, like, spend runes to get it. We'll get it soon enough. Alright, let's go. Yeah, honestly, the hag, she can be kind of annoying to fight. She was really annoying in the early access, like genuinely kind of very rough to fight because she would just, oftentimes before you could do much of anything, she would just get to like act and then she'd shove a bunch of your, you know, one or possibly more of your characters, if you're not super well spread out, like directly into the pit that she's in or around by her lair, which just causes her to immediately kind of shift the balance of the fight to be, you know, potentially like unwinnable if you're like especially unlucky with it. Don't cast death shit at me. Get out of here. Oh, he's aiming at me now. I could, oh shit. I could go down here and get back in touch with Boggart again, I guess, and buy like some boiled crab, because that is another sort of variety of potentially worthwhile defensive buff. We need to come down here anyways to get to the tomb anyway, so sort of just headed towards the tree sentinel, but
What are you looking? Oh, perfect, bloody. I got crap.
he got confused. He didn't realize that I was me because I'm wearing this pot on my head. Yeah, let's just buy like 20 of these so we've got them.
Never met someone. We've got a real.
Good old like potential defensive buff that we can use if we feel like we need it. And yeah, I'm just gonna like not really bother with Dung Eater's quest line because we don't need to for any boss fights. And then that way my man Boggart can just stay alive and live his best life, I suppose, just boiling seafood. Boiling up a few crustaceans for us. All right. We've made it to one of the nastier dungeons in the game, or potentially nastier. Also kind of fun in its own way, but certainly can be rough. I don't know if I'm going to do the boss here just now. I just want to at least get the pots so that we can have them, but then we might leave after that. Again, if we end up doing all bosses, we'll do that, of course, but we might be a little underpowered to make that anything other than, like, really difficult. There's also a lot of jar boys here that I'm still endeavoring to not kill, so let's try not to kill them, I guess. Duplicates and decoys and all of that in the actual fight with her are so frustrating. I knew I was going to keep see invisibility around and try to get her, but I wasn't expecting Hideous Laughter to work so well. Yeah, no, that's that definitely probably was a very clutch move in that regard, because I feel like otherwise it's certainly not impossible, obviously, to kill her before she leaves without it, but it's pretty fucking difficult to do. I fucking hate that instant attack, dude. Like, no startup to it whatsoever. Your initial swing is already a hitbox. You're not even winding up for it. Come and get me. Fuck's sake. Kill each other. Like I said, this is a dangerous dungeon for us, so we're gonna need to be a little on the careful side. See, that room in there is, or at least one version of it is definitely where we want to go. Not both versions, possibly. I hate that all of these are just missing you somehow. It's really nice to have light roll sometimes. Having that extra roll distance was very helpful there. Alright, let's go through here. I used to have this dungeon layout mapped out in my head pretty well, but I kind of don't remember it super well anymore, so like most things. Oh, for a second there I thought he just didn't fucking notice that I had hit him. Man, y'all have each other to fight and you're throwing that shit at me? What the fuck? Okay. I don't know why, but I just, like, my brain just didn't register that he was there. He looked invisible. Like, I saw the plant, and I just could not see him for some reason. And I was, like, expecting one to be there, and then I was just like, oh, I guess this one doesn't have one? I thought there was, and then I just didn't see him. And then I took a hit. Alright, now, obviously, jars that blow themselves up, that's not my fault. If they choose to do that, that's on them. Also, hey, Hooded Robin, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Alright, so that's one ritual pot. Now, this is not the same one that we went through before. This is a new one. Oh, that guy, like, reset his position. How's 2024 treating y'all so far? So good. So far so good for me. Been a lot of work and stuff, but certainly been nice. Yeah. I should be using this more on these guys when they're unsuspecting, because crystal dart damage it's good for making them go haywire, but we should still be using our volcano pots here and there just because they're going to be better sources of damage. How about yourself, Robin? How's your 2024 going? Obviously, we're only like a little ways into it, but still nice to know anyway. All right, there's the big jar. So that's the other ritual pot we needed. Now we just gotta, okay, now we just gotta find 2 cracked pots, which I think are in that one jail cage room. Back this way. You might be able to safely fall down here, but I can't. Yeah, I think you can, but couldn't really see the bottom, so I was not sure. Yeah, in there's a bunch of jars, and I think maybe, I can't remember if one or both, at least one of the crack pots is in there. Alright, we left a dude alive down here somewhere. Let's just jump down. I remember what other potential hidden boys there are around here, so we've been through just about all of the chests now. We've got both of the things on this end to potentially check out, but alright, this is where shit's gonna get a little bit dicey because we gotta get past these boys without getting too fucked up. That's the Perfumer's Cookbook 3. There's one of the cracked pots, so we just gotta find the other one. Shit. Let me through. Oh, come on. Okay, good. We still loaded without dying. Alright, we gotta go through here and then check out the other one to get to where we need to go. The other one at the end of the little church-looking room. Dude, finally somehow have a craving for Star Wars recently, but every time I look at modern Star Wars, I feel just disappointment. Yeah, me too, man. Like, I wish that there was more to like, but unfortunately, once that shit fell victim to the overall Disney bullshit machine, it kind of just stopped being enjoyable. Yeah, we want to be able to get into that room. So I should not have jumped down. I just realized. Hang on. Is this... I've kind of lost my bearings now. Let me go through here again and just figure out which layer we're on. Alright, this is, I think, the wrong one. That's the room we were just in before. So now jump down again and do the same thing. Now that we're on, should be on the other layer. But yeah, I don't like anything about modern Star Wars films. I don't really care for the series much anymore. I know Andor was supposed to be pretty good. The problem with it is like, as good as it may very well be, like I watched like 2 episodes of it. I just didn't really stick with it. It's just that like as a standalone, maybe I can kind of tolerate it as fine. Oh wait, we're still on the wrong layer. I was on the right one last time. Motherfuck. I guess it is just the one with the ladder, but you have to, no, you have to get there like, oh shit, I'm forgetting now how exactly you're meant to get there. Let me try going through this again. Cause I'm like a little foggy on the exact last step you're supposed to take. All right, this is the room that I wanted. Oh yeah, this ladder. Then we got that. Now we need to go up here. But yeah, so like Andor being good is great and all, but like I just don't really feel like watching it because I just don't want to watch something that's likely going to end up being like tied into by other series and stuff, even though like again you can watch it by itself and enjoy it for what it is, I suppose. But I just don't know that I care enough, because modern Star Wars has put a bad enough taste in my mouth that I just am kind of like really fucking over going out of my way to watch anything for it, especially if I'm going to pay a subscription fee just to watch it, you know. I mean, personally, I don't think I have to, because I think someone in my family still has Disney Plus, and I can probably just get it from them. Because I know my brother had it for a while, because his girlfriend has a young-ish kid, and they were watching some Disney stuff on there, but yeah, I just kind of don't really remember. We should probably try doing the boss. I am going to rest first, though. I don't know how well this is going to go. But yeah, any of the other, like, modern series, like, I watched the first season of The Mandalorian, and I did like it. And then I think I watched the second season, and it was starting to kind of fall out of favor with me a bit, and then I just didn't feel like I was interested in watching anymore, especially after just seeing what they were doing with that and like the Book of Boba Fett or whatever, and various other tie-ins. I had zero interest in Obi-Wan and the Ahsoka one. It's not to specifically say that they are absolute trash necessarily, but I know there's plenty of just kind of like low-hanging fruit garbage tier writing in them, which just makes them really hard to enjoy. And the films certainly just aren't. You know, it really just started with, like, The Force Awakens. I understand a lot of people like The Force Awakens, but, you know, it's in part just because it's competently written, but it's because it's largely just copying an already successful Star Wars film, but with way less likable characters, at least the main character for the most part. Some of the other characters for sure, too, but her character is just kind of like such a weird non-character half the time that, who experiences is like no real stakes, no real growth as a character, aside from just I'm more powerful now, you know, not hey, I've struggled with adversity and trials and hardships, and you know, we've created strong bonds with our friends and whatnot. It's just like, no, I automatically have strong bonds with these people because I'm supposed to. I'm the main character. And it's like, nah. Not for me, dude. So because I watched that one in a theater, and I walked out just being kind of like, okay, so that was a movie. I didn't really like it that much, but I guess that was okay. And then I just didn't bother going back to see the others, and I'm glad that I didn't, because everything I saw about them, heard about them, read about them kind of confirmed for me that I was not going to enjoy them. So, and I've seen enough like clips and shit from them. Like, I already know what happens in them. It's not like I need to have gone to see it for myself anyway. So all right, we still have the fire tier equipped. We have the fire scorpion charm equipped. I gotta remember to take that off when I don't need it, because I'm just taking extra damage. I guess we'll see if this is any good here in this fight. It's probably gonna be kind of tough, though. I liked Andor quite a bit, but I also felt like a standalone series that wasn't part of a big marketing plan. Well, yeah, and I feel like that was intentional, because probably in part because they knew how poorly a lot of their shits started being received and just going downhill. And it's not just with Star Wars. They absolutely tanked like Marvel as well. I mean, I feel like superhero fatigue was long since setting in before Disney kind of really shit the bed. But after basically everything after Avengers Endgame is like, in my opinion, not really worth watching. Like, some of it's okay. I've watched some of it, but there's so much that's just not that good. And some of it that's just downright bad. Like, it's just very lazy, and they spend a bunch of money on it, but not nearly enough money as they should for their CGI artists. They overwork the shit out of them. And ultimately they just kind of become stupid cringe fests, mostly, in terms of their writing at least. The overall visual spectacle on screen still mostly looks okay, but the pacing of the films, the writing in them, the acting even in some cases in the films has all just gone way downhill. And their series as well. And that should be relatively evident in just like, you can't, it's kind of hard to use like moviegoer metrics in the last several years because of things like COVID affecting box office numbers. But even without that, especially like now that, you know, things have gotten a little bit more under control pandemic wise, a lot of their films are just doing extremely poorly now, and it seems very clear that audiences are just, even if they don't feel as strongly like that the writing and shit like that in them is bad, they're just tired of these films, so they're not going to go bother paying, you know, potentially up to like $100 for a family's worth of tickets and concession stuff to go see a movie like that in the theater. They're going to wait for something better. And maybe they'll still watch it, but they'll wait until it's on Disney Plus or just some other thing to watch it instead. The only good thing in Force Awakenings is the camera work. There are some pretty cool shots in there. Yeah, I mean, there's decent like cinematography in all three of the modern main saga stuff for Star Wars. There's obviously a lot of like really badly choreographed shit though in certain scenes. And for me, if the writing in a film is largely bad, unless it's like so bad it's good, it just kind of kills the film for me. And the writing in those movies is pretty garbage tier, unfortunately. It's very like, we didn't put a lot of thought into this. We spent almost zero time on character development. The characters themselves, especially the legacy characters, make no fucking sense. And the new characters don't really get any sort of real development. They don't get any sort of chance to shine. They just have like supposed bonds that we're supposed to believe in, but they don't spend any time working on them at all. So they're just kind of like, these people are close now for reasons. Anyway, the only Marvel films I liked were the first Doctor Strange and the first Guardians of the Galaxy. I can't say much about them. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. A lot of the early stuff was like decent. There were obvious growing pains. Like there were films even when the overall series of films were, you know, largely regarded as good, that were definitely not so good. Like the first couple of Thor movies were kind of not great. I mean, the first Thor was okay. I think a lot of people like that one. The second Thor is pretty bad. And that was released long before a lot of other ones, you know, before the overall Marvel mainstream stuff started going way downhill. It was just not a good movie. And there's a lot of other ones like that. A lot of people just, you know, regard Iron Man 2 as pretty bad, but the first Iron Man is like really goated. So it's always a big mixed bag, but it's just that after they kind of got their shit together and culminated in this entire whole thing, like coming together and ending with the Infinity War stuff and Endgame for the Avengers, they had gotten their shit together and then they immediately fucking shit the bed and just stopped trying. If I was you, I wouldn't try to throw a butter knife. What makes you think that I haven't already? How's it going, Dr. Grossly? All right, we're going to try this. Hopefully it goes okay. We'll see, though, because I don't have... Oh, wait, why was I... Oh, right, I am going to have to kill these jars, unfortunately. I forgot it was these guys in here. Why was I thinking it was the Red Wolf of Radagon? Not the Red Wolf of Radagon, but the Red Wolf of the Champion. That's in one of the Mountaintops heroes' graves, right? This is just a side tomb anyway. It's not a hero grave. I feel like if the pots die because he dies, it's not really me killing them. They've decided I am the winner of the fight and have, you know, what? I feel insanely robbed by that one. That should definitely not have hit me. I know that that hitbox has like a bit of a shockwave to it, but I feel like it extended to the right because of his, well, the fact that he was kind of halfway on the wall there, I think fucked with the hitbox. Because that should definitely not have hit me. Yeah, well, I mean, I hadn't declared myself winner yet. I was just saying when I win the fight, and I will. Oops, I should have crafted more. Oh well. Don't step into the fire there, Pots. I'm trying not to kill y'all. Just the man. This guy's so much more awkward to fight with throwing weapons, I've realized. Like, these guys are actually, like, really easy. No, what? How did that miss you? It looked like it went straight through you. As a lot of things have on this run, but, you know. That just seemed to go extra straight through you compared to a lot of other things. Alright, we're just going to stick to using kukris, and I'm just going to double roll away from you and just take my time rather than being, you know, like in a rush about it, because we don't need to be. Okay, lock on, thanks. That's real helpful. I know the man disappeared behind a pillar for like 2 seconds. It wasn't even that long, but... Alright. That one I, you know, think was totally fair to hit me. I mean, I was just stuck in the throw animation, so I couldn't evade, but... I'm surprised it didn't... Why did it one-shot me the other time? I think I had full HP, didn't I? Oh, probably because he had the buff active, and that time he didn't. In the face. See, I've killed no jars. They did that to themselves. Alright, that's at least some decent-ish runes for us. Item crafting, let's get those again, and we'll just get those out of storage. Alright, so let's come back. Did I? Okay, good. I was worried that I didn't get this grace. So we'll come back up here and we'll grab this. We'll get the golden seeds in the area that I hadn't gotten yet. They call that a Taco Bell dagger? Wait, what? What do they call the Taco Bell dagger? It goes straight through you. Okay, I gotcha. I forgot about that. I understand the joke now. Sorry for making you explain it. I just didn't realize that's what you were referring to. It's always a little hard to tell sometimes when it comes to like Twitch delay, like what you might be reacting to, but also just if I'm stuck in the middle of a fight and am paying attention to the fight, then I might miss the response to something, like, until a little after. I have no real reason to kill Illusory Margit here, so I'm just gonna skip him, because it's kind of just not worth the throwables, frankly. I don't think he'll be difficult to kill, but especially out and about here in the world, but I'd rather just not waste shit on him than I'm just gonna have to farm right back up. This doesn't really give you that much in the way of runes, so... And the Viridian Amber Medallion, or Talisman is not worth, really. Kind of funnier with no context. I mean, it certainly was, in the sense that I had no fucking clue what the hell you were talking about. So I was confused, in that sort of funny way. But that isn't to say that that means that the joke didn't land. It just more landed that in the way that it made me confused. You know? All right, let's get some more flaskies here. Level up. We're like 1100 shy from that, so let's fix that real quick. How are we doing actually on knife stock here? 65 of those left. We're gonna want to buy more kukris soon. And we should definitely get more beast bones, but we can buy and or farm them. Doesn't have to happen right now either, so don't worry about it at the moment. I will go ahead and level up. I'll worry about the kukris later if I end up spending a bunch for on something. Okay, what else next? Well, I need the map fragment for one. We've gone to the Urisa side tomb. We got both ritual pots and cracked pots, so now our ritual pot storage, or overall amount, we have a total of 8, which is pretty good. You can get 10 max, I believe. So, but one I want to say is like in the subterranean shunning jail, and the other one is in the mountaintop. I forget where the other one is, but I'll figure it out again. Sorry, I'm just petting the puppy dog. He's just sitting here next to me chilling. He's a good boy. All right. Well, if we're not going to use like uplifting aromatics, I mean, I guess Exalted Flesh does the exact same fucking shit. It's just physical attack, so maybe we should be using uplifting aromatic, but then again, like, okay, hang on. Let me look and see how much it is, because we're just still using the exact same buff regardless, or well, the same variety of buff, I should say. Exalted Flesh gives you how much? Because I don't remember off the top of my head. Physical damage plus 20%. So it's literally like as good, if not, well, it's, yeah, it's not necessarily worth, unless the other is like a specifically an aura buff. Does it tell me here? So that's a body buff. We use different terms in the book. We say like personal buff. Well, we just use different terms in general for a lot of things. Because the terms that they come up with like in the community that obviously like Extra Life just copied, because they didn't come up with them, but we can't really necessarily use community terms unless it's like the obvious term to use. Because FromSoft obviously and Bamco doesn't want us to just use shit that we found out in the wild on the internet or whatever. So let's see. So that's physical damage. It's a body buff. Let me take a look at the uplifting aromatic again and the blood boil aromatic. Uplift. Uplifting is only 10%. but it is an aura buff, so they would stack. So it would give us a grand total of 30% extra, which is not a huge amount, but the nice thing about uplifting it is that it also gives you damage negation for one hit. However, both of these things require Arteria Leaf, which is the big problem point for any of these buffs. And it's making me feel like we shouldn't really even bother with the aromatic buffs because they're not stronger for the damage side of it. Stacking them together is nice, but because it costs us more Arteria Leaf, you know, if we're going to be like double buffing each time or whatever, we're just going to run through that shit super fast. So Blood Boil Aromatic is 30%. So it is stronger. That it is also a body buff apparently, so you can't use this and Exalted Flesh. So Blood Boil Aromatic would be the stronger one. However, it does also make you take more damage, and we're also taking more damage from other shit. So my current thought process is, especially since that's got more annoying shit to gather for it, is that we'll just continue using Exalted Flesh even though it's not the best. But we just need to remember that it's only buffing our physical damage, so that's only really being applied to like the on-hit damage of pots, which is actually very little for pots, but like for knives, any of our throwing daggers, like just the damage that they take from the hit itself, with the exception, I think, of crystal darts. Does it actually say here? Yeah, they do magic damage. I don't know if it's supposed to be a mix of physical and magic damage. It just says magic, so in this case, this does not, it shouldn't theoretically buff crystal darts at all, but it should buff bone darts, the physical hit damage of poison bone darts, and the damage of kukris. Again, not the bleed, but just the physical hit damage. And, whatchamacallit? Fan daggers and regular throwing knives. Throwing daggers, whatever they call them. So yeah. That does mean that we don't have to necessarily use it super often if we're focusing on just using pots anyway for a fight, which I guess is like pretty good to know actually. Okay, so what do we want to do next? We've got we're hitting the point now where stuff's going to start getting like kind of difficult. Who's smoking pot? Smoky Mac pot. There's another golden seed up here if we want to go there. There's plenty of stuff we can kill for more runes and shit. We avoided killing a lot of stuff early in the game, and things that we definitely can kill at this point to get a little bit of extra runes and or, you know, whatever items that we might want, really. Elemer we're going to want to kill at some point just for the hell of it, and plus there's a bunch of good stuff in the Shaded Castle. There was something here that I wanted, and I forget what it was. Oh no, that might have just been for... That's the Blood Boil Aromatic, never mind. I mean, we'll still probably pick it up, but I'm not going to make that a priority option to use. We should probably just go through the Starfall Crater and go to Siofra, because we can get the Sacred Order pot there. And, well, there's just stuff there that we want to do. I have no clue how the Mimic tier fight is going to go. It might actually be one of the hardest fights in the game. It might not be, like, difficult at all. But I do intend to at least do that one. The double gargoyle fight is probably going to be a huge pain in the ass, but I suspect we can get through it okay. Maybe. No, I've done it again. I've gone on the wrong side. I blame Charlie for this. She kept going the wrong way all the time, and now she's got me doing it. I mean, to be fair, at least I didn't enter from the correct direction and then go the wrong way. I just entered in the wrong direction, but we're on the wrong ledge. We got that volcano pot, yes, which should do actually pretty good work against the gargoyles if I can keep them from moving out of it too much. But their immunity to status ailments means things like kukri and stuff like that are going to be not useless because the damage could be pretty good, like the just regular physical damage. But overall, they're still probably going to be pretty hard. We might even want to use like lightning pots in the fight because they're standing in water, which should impart some extra damage, but I don't know. I gotta see what their resistances are again because I don't remember them off the top of my head. Once upon a time, I feel like I knew them all pretty well, but I did also have a spreadsheet that I was working with like very, very often and regularly, so I had a reason to know that shit, and since I was constantly working with that data set. Oh, okay. At least we didn't fall off to our death. A little bit of a Demon Souls slide off the ledge moment there. Is the... Oh, right, I can't really target them with this. Maybe we can just kind of throw it down at them. It's not really bad damage at all. It helps if I can... Oh, well, that still worked. Cool. We are starting to get a little low again on... Well, not low, but we will soon enough be kind of low on volcanic stone, so... Why was that guy queued up to snipe so fast? I wasn't even... He was like aggroed on me before he even saw me. We can start making uplifting aromatics if we want, but I kind of don't want them right now, so... I do sort of feel like, it would potentially still be worth to carry some for like very specific encounters that are just, you know, notably difficult or something, just because we could use the combination of uplifting aromatics and exalted flesh to still get the same 30% buff that blood boil aromatic would do. Now obviously blood boil aromatic and uplifting aromatic together would do even more, if the info on Fextra is at all correct, and that one is a body buff and the other is an aura buff. Because obviously both of them being aromatics would normally seem to indicate the other, you know, the opposite, but if blood boil is a body buff and uplifting is a aura buff, then they would stack, in which case you get a grand total of 40% extra damage, physical specifically. However, obviously the blood boil aromatic will make you take like 25% extra damage, which on top of everything else that we already have on all the time like this, you know, will be a lot of damage taken. I am getting low on cracked crystal, I just realized. At least, you know, I've still got plenty of like darts in storage, but I do need to go farm some more once we get to the next like grace, just so that we have more on hand, because again, it's always good to be able to just throw some crystal darts and then quickly craft more on the fly, because it's like one of the easiest renewable things we have, you know, compared to like bone darts, which require animal bones that you know, we can't get quite as easily. They're not hard to come by, obviously, but we just have to attack things in order to get them, or we can just buy them, but again, less convenient than just running into a cave and grabbing a bunch of crystal like a handful of times. These little fallen hot company dudes have literally like no poise whatsoever. Can stagger them with like a breath. All right, let's go farm up some cracked crystal really quick. It's for a couple of minutes, and then we can run around in here some more. I should probably see if we can get a better farm for this at some point, but this one has served me well enough already. It's nice when anything you can have that you're farming can be like directly next to a gray, so you can just like stand up, run like 2 feet, grab what you need, sit back down, and do it again. As long as it's not like, you know, 1 item per rest, because that's like just too little. I prefer doing this one off stream as much as possible. Like I always try to like grab as much as I can. I put as much as I can into storage. How much do we have in storage anyway? 397. Okay, bump that back up to 487, so we have like more than enough for probably what's left of the stream. And then we'll grab like at least a bit to have on hand so that we can make some as we go through the areas. And we've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so I want to at the very least get to Mimic tier before we call it. We might go a little past that, possibly just do all of the Siofra stuff. I do want to get like the Sacred Order pot, which is past that, so we will at least get all that stuff done as well. And we've already done Celavis's shit, so we don't need to worry about whether or not we finish Ranni's quest line. It shouldn't interfere with anything that we need to prevent, so that'll be fine. The only thing I'm like considering being careful with and therefore holding off on for quite some time is progressing Patches' shit, because if we finish all of the Volcano Manor stuff, or more specifically if we kill Rykard, Patches will leave Volcano Manor, which then means we have to go find him at the Shaded Castle, and then eventually he will return to the cave that the Murkwater cave that you find him in originally, and he'll just be a permanent vendor there, as long as you don't fuck anything up. And it should be pretty easy to cause, you know, to have all that happen, but yeah, we just will have to kind of see. All right, let me do one more of these, and then maybe what we'll do is we'll do like an actual run through the whole tunnel here, just because I have like a little like semi-risky farming route to get like a whole bunch of cracked crystal, you know, with enemies just chasing us around the whole time. But it is kind of fun to do. How much do we have right now anyway? We have... They're only 34? Okay. I thought we'd maybe grab a bit more than that, but... Yeah, I want to try something. Just use this. See if we can't maybe get a little extra as we're making this run. I feel like this doesn't normally do much for regular pickups. It's mostly for drops when it comes to item discovery, but... I really hate that he crushed that shit before he was even looking at me. Like, it felt like you had it queued up before you should have had it queued up, is all I'm saying. So I always get to like this point, and then I just grab the stuff here. We drop down to this one because there's a little bit more there, and then we drop down the rest of the way. And then there's a couple more here to grab, and then usually I just warp back up. Because there's probably some more back this way, but then we aggro enemies again, which means I either have to fight them or get away from them enough to get them off my back, which is easier said than done. So it's easier just to like warp back up. All right, how much do we have at the moment? Probably still not a lot, but 67. All right, let me just do like a couple more quick loops of this right here real fast, and then we'll go continue with the Siofra. Because I can definitely use like some volcano pots and shit like that, just to kind of facilitate not having to use like just crystal darts throughout too much of it. Assuming that our volcano stone isn't too low. So we're probably going to need to farm some of that too soon, but hopefully I can get through as much as possible without needing to do any more farming on stream. As you know, besides this, I might just make like one quick detour just to grab like a little bit of volcanic stone. I don't know if that'll be necessary though. But yeah, I'll do what I always do, is just farm a whole bunch off stream so that we can do as little of this as possible on stream, because I realize that, like, I mean, you know, it can be fun to just kind of like take a break and just chat and whatnot while we're doing something like this, but I recognize that it's not necessarily the most fun thing to watch, so that's why I try to do some off stream, as much as that might feel weird as part of the challenge to incorporate things that you're not doing while you're actually showing the challenge itself. But like I said, I'm not gaining levels or anything. I'm not defeating bosses or making progress. I'm just farming shit so that I have less farming to do on stream. That's really it. All right, really quickly bring me over here to just grab a little bit of this. So the tiniest little surplus. We will head back to Siofra. So I don't think there's really much of anything else that we need. We should be like pretty well stocked on everything else. Like I said, maybe if we end up doing the gargoyles, I don't know if I'll do them today or not, but we might want to try using lightning pots on them anyway, just to see how well they work. Volcano has been good just because their damage is, like, over time at least, is quite high. But fighting anything that's like standing in water is oftentimes a good use case for lightning, unless they are resistant to lightning themselves. I don't think that they are. I might double check just to make sure. The main thing with gargoyles is that they're immune to status ailments, and they do have like some decent physical resistance, but not like necessarily crazy. Magic is not bad against them. I just don't remember how well fire and lightning work against them. Alright, so that puts us at 163 with those. Let's just do like one more and then we'll warp. So that'll probably be enough for what's left of today. Okay, back to it. Come over here. Probably don't really need much in the way of Dukist Herb or melted mushroom at all at this point. I did like farm up a bunch of both. I mean, I didn't have to farm much in the way of Dukist Herb, but like I already had a bunch from when we had gone there like the first time. You see, like enemies like this, bit more of a use case for that sort of thing. Okay. Let's see. I shouldn't really be bothering to kill, like, all of these dudes. I'm trying to kill, like, anything that feels like what should be obvious, maybe, but we should just kind of, like, ignore a number of these. Although, getting stuck in combat, and being unable to craft is not great. Whatever, it's fine. We'll just, we'll run by what's left of these for now. Can always quit out right before the boss room if they're, like, still chasing us or whatever, so that we have a moment to, like, load back in and craft before we fight the, Mimic tier. These guys make, like, some creepy-ass noises when you don't fight them. I'm so used to kind of killing them really quickly that I never really paid attention to the noise they make. They definitely get very angry when you just ignore them. Rah, rah, rah. Thanks for the Laurel tier, idiots. See ya. Still chasing? Alright, I was gonna, like, chill for a minute to maybe deal with the perfumer and shit, but we'll just run this way instead. Alright, did we get everything of import over this way? I think so. We just want to grab that. Then run to the boss and grab whatever this item was that I don't remember. It is a rune arc. Okay, I thought it might be, but sure. Okay, crafting time. Let's just go ahead and do that. Any extra can go into storage currently, so that's fine. I want to make a couple more of these. And I guess we'll take volcano pots for this, because I feel like the Mimic tier will be more susceptible to those than a lot of other shit, but this will be a little bit of a guess as to how well this thing's going to go. I'm not going to unequip any weapons, so it's going to have all the same weapons I do, and it'll have an infinite amount of them, so this is going to get a little wacky. Alright. Let's just do one of these. And let's go. I shouldn't have done that yet. I should have waited a second. Oh, right. Of course he's going to just punch too, but in theory he will use some items. At least I would have expected him to, because he's just got bare fists, but he doesn't seem to be bothering much. Come on in, the fire's fine. Okay, well, that was a little bit anticlimactic. I assumed he would try to use his items a little bit more. Admittedly, I know the AI is not typically one to try to do that, like, as a priority. But, like, I kind of figured maybe without weapons, the game would give it a little bit more of a higher priority, but apparently not. Okay. Let's go ahead and rest up. I think my roommate might be back. Hang on. Yes, let me let my dog out real fast. Actually, I'm going to run to the bathroom again really quick, so give me, like, just 1 minute, and then I will be right back. Okay. Sorry for the wait. Let us continue. What do I need now for levels anyway? 27k? Okay. I knew it would be a fair bit, but it's not too bad. All right. So as far as what we have that we can do here, obviously there's the Regal Ancestor Spirit we can kill if we really want to. It does grant us a remembrance, which is just more runes, so maybe we'd want to do that. We'll probably want to do everything, you know, in the other direction so that we can finish Ranni's quest line. But then, yeah, the Siofra Aqueduct is where we will find the Sacred Order pot recipe. And that should get us, well, depending on how they actually work for us, like we might want to use those against stuff like death birds and deathrite birds, but we'll see. Or any other like significant forms of those who live in death and all that. And these enemies, I've I've tested so many weapons on the enemies down here. I don't know why specifically ancestral followers, but I mean I kind of know why. It's because for like a sort of medium-sized or smaller-ish enemy, they have a decent amount of stance, so I was using them for determining how much stance damage a lot of weapons and their attacks would do, and well, also Ashes of War and shit like that. But I didn't really only use it against them, well, spells too, actually, for that matter, but what I ultimately ended up using as like probably like one of the best things, well, were two different targets. One was the giant silver tier, you know, boulder looking things. They're just called giant silver tiers. In Noxtella, because they have like exactly 100 or something, or maybe it's either 100 or it's 80, I forget. But it's a high enough amount, and then on top of that, as long as if I'm using their debug to make it so that they don't die as I'm attacking them, you know, their stance regenerates like quickly enough, and they don't have like a stagger animation because they don't actually stance break like other enemies do. So they just sort of get like a small backwards shove when they would otherwise like stance break. So yeah, they just made for like an easy target to just kind of, you know, that was large and easy to hit as well. To test things on. The other thing that I used to test things on would be the Blackblade Kindred, which obviously like any gargoyle would have basically been just as good for, but the one that's like conveniently standing right in front of the Bestial Sanctum in Caelid, or rather Grail's Dragon Barrow to be specific, that one is just like in a very convenient location to go to a grace, switch out your weapons, do whatever it is you want to do, your Ashes of War, your spells, and then come right outside and just test shit on him and just use the debug to make him just like sit still and not die. And then I can just like easily test to see exactly how much damage or whatever he's taking. Okay, I didn't really mean to stand on top of the torch as I lit it, but that's fine. I guess we could collect the infant skull thingy here. I have said before that they are technically speaking kind of within the rules because they do technically fall into the category of consumables, but they are a reusable consumable, which kind of makes them more into like a spell cast sort of thing rather than a traditional consumable. I'll still gather them, but I don't know if I'll end up actually using them because it feels like it might be a little not really in keeping with the spirit of the run to kind of use stuff that is just effectively using FP. Alright, I will take that, and whatever you got here, shaman's leggings, okay, whatever. A few more butterflies there, but I don't really need them, so I'm just going to ignore those. I don't know if we need formic rock for anything, but it is kind of a rare material, so... Well, it's not rare, but it's just harder to find, I mean. Which sounds like I'm saying the same thing, but I just mean it's not considered a rare material. It's just not frequently found in the game. Alright, so which one am I missing? Because I've not seen the thing pop up. We got that one. We got that one just now. We got the one next to everybody over here. There must just be... I think it's just over here I haven't gotten. That way leads to the aqueduct. I got the one that's like next to the bridge that's kind of like tucked away and hidden, or at least I think I did. I lit that one, I lit the one over there. Oh, the one that's over here maybe? No, I did light this one. I'm obviously missing one. I'm just forgetting exactly which one it is, or more specifically where it is. And it's bugging me because this is something that I really ought to know, specifically where it is, because I've done this a million times. Oh, that one. Right. I forgot there's one like directly next to the road as you come in. I thought there was another one that was just like, just sort of tucked off to the side again. Alright, all good. I guess let's go fight, the Regal Ancestor Spirit since we're here, and then we can go do Siofra Aqueduct and all that afterwards. No thank you, archers. No thank you, Serpentine. Alright, we'll see how this goes. It might be difficult with his healing, but hopefully it won't be too bad. I think Volcano Pots will be alright for this. Oh, I'm still considered in combat despite being on another map layer, but I guess it's because you don't... This map is weird here. I kind of want to see if they'll de-aggro because I want to be able to craft before we go in. I mean, 16 pots might be enough, but I guess let's just wait for like 1 minute here. The mapping for these rooms is like weird because it's like they're not like a regular part of the map. They're always like shoved way down or up. I'm just gonna go in and hope that 16 is enough, or we'll just make do with other stuff. But I just hope that the healing doesn't get particularly bad. He would go to the side. The damage from it is at least decent. Oh, he's fucking leaving already. The teleport itself is not going to heal him, but if he just starts like absorbing shit when he's really far away, like I think eventually he'll run out of enemies to kill. I don't remember if anything respawns at all. I think they don't, but I kind of don't remember for sure. Well, he sort of stepped into that for like a hot second. That's what I'm talking about, though. Like, he instantly undid a lot of our damage just then. We have to keep him from doing that shit, but it's going to be hard to do, especially if he does it again after a teleport. Yo, Sammy. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? All right, we got the boss. Good timing. Welcome in, Hype Train. Hello, everybody. Hold up a second. There we go. Howdy, howdy. How was your stream, Sammy? Oh, that's right. You were playing Starfield today. I forgot. How has how has Starfield been? I know you've only been kind of like playing it here and there since you usually kind of rotate through a lot of different games. I'm kind of hyped to see you and the lads play Remnant 2 here at some point. I started playing it again with Charlie a little bit, just kind of here and there, and we've been having a good time with it. Because I've only ever played it solo, but the co-op is a lot of fun. Been describing Starfield as aggressively okay with moments of fun. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess if you're like a super die-hard Bethesda fan, maybe it's like exactly the type of game for you, perhaps. I mean, I haven't played it, so I don't know, but I have heard a fair bit of disappointment even on that side of things, so I don't know if it's just kind of like, not the greatest. One of the coolest looking bosses in the game. Oh, the Regal Ancestor Spirit? Yeah, definitely nice. Yes, welcome in again, everybody. Hang on, let me get some names. Mess, how's it going? Aya's in me, hello. Moon, Joanna, hello, everybody. Avo, hello. I don't know why I said hello weird. Let's hope y'all are having a good one so far. As we go on, though, those moments are becoming more frequent, so it's all good. Okay. Chat helping me find the more interesting stuff. Yeah. I guess, like, if you're just not really quite feeling it with a game, at least not as much as you hope to, you just kind of end up, being okay with a little bit of backseating, right? Because I'm usually not one for backseats, but if I don't really give too much of a shit about the game, I'm genuinely not gonna care. Okay. But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, we're currently doing a consumables only challenge in Elden Ring, obviously, here today. Oh, whoops. Is that the... I guess that's where I want to be. I do want to go to the Siofra Aqueduct first, though. So I'll probably do the other bit next stream, or next time I stream this anyway. Which will probably be on the next stream. But this this particular challenge has actually been, like, weirdly not as challenging as some other challenge runs that I've done, just because consumables are actually, like, really strong in this game. Especially with the right build, I guess. And I don't even really feel like I have much of a build because my stats are kind of all over the place, but it helps to have some knowledge of the game, and I should have some knowledge of the game, having, you know, been one of the authors for the strategy guide, but I will admit that some of my knowledge has started to fade now that I haven't been working on the game for a bit, so I keep having to look a few things up here and there. Todd's dream was to make the most okay game in the world. It's sure it's, well, yeah, it definitely sounds like it, right? I guess I'm not really that surprised, considering how long they just kind of wanted to milk Skyrim over and over again. You think we'll see ER DLC this year? Yes, I very much think that it will be this year. I do not think that it will be February. I know that there was like a leak as far as, well, a supposed leak. You should always take those with a huge grain of salt, as many of you are aware, because every time it's supposedly leaked that there's going to be a Bloodborne remake or Bloodborne 2 or some shit, it never happens, right? So obviously you know already to take that with a grain of salt, but there was like this whole, what was it? Like the controller skins thing that dropped that seemed to be indicative of a possible February release date for the DLC. I don't think that's going to happen. I think maybe we'll see an announcement for it in February, but I don't think it's the DLC itself is coming out in February. From what I can say, in terms of what I had known about certain things having worked on the guides, the DLC is going to be massive, and they're going to be taking a while to be making it, mainly because, and this is already info that's out there, so it's also okay for me to say, the DLC is supposed to be comprised of what was originally going to be multiple DLCs. That's one of the reasons why it's so big and why it's going to take so long for them to finish making. But I know that FromSoft is very hard at work on it, and chances are we will probably see it, if I had to guess, either very early second quarter or late first quarter. So I would put it in the May-June timeframe, probably. Is it going to be $100? Well, that I have no idea, and I certainly hope not. I'm sure the DLC will cost money. I don't think that they'll put it out for free because it's going to be massive, but hopefully it's like a $20 to $40 thing maybe, and not like, you know, the price of another game. I don't think they'll do that. FromSoft is not usually big on charging quite that much money. Even if it has like a $40 price tag on it, I know a lot of people will be a little upset by that, but that's just, again, when they're making something that is potentially like, I don't know how big it's exactly going to be, but it could be like half the size of Elden Ring or something like that. That's like a $40 game right there by itself. $39.99, yes. Just 3 easy payments of $399.99. Today we had a side quest that had an affair, a suicide, and a governmental corruption all in one, so it's definitely not boring. But that's definitely something, at least. I will say that, like, a lot of their writing, for at least when my experience in, like, Skyrim and, like, the past Elder Scrolls stuff that Bethesda worked on, like, a lot of their, like, dialogue and quest writing and stuff was usually decent, at least. Maybe Starfield has not put the best foot forward in terms of its overall presentation and package, but hopefully they'd at least still have some decent writing. I'm thinking the DLC trailer might come out at Summer Games Fest, followed by 2 to 3 months of advertisement leading up to a September or November release. That is certainly possible. It's definitely a later release in the year if that's the case. Yeah, my money is on kind of like, I would say probably June or possibly May. That's where that's the vibe for me. Imagine they just ghost drop it. That would be really funny, but I don't think they'll quite go to that, quite to that extent. I think they will more than likely, advertise it at least a fair bit. Obviously, they already know everyone knows about it, but FromSoft is at least by now pretty acutely aware of the fact that Elden Ring has been a massive success for them and made them a lot of money, won them a lot of praise, has done, and nothing but a lot of really good stuff for them as a company. So they're going to want to reward players with something really nice. They're going to want to advertise a lot with it. But at the same time, knowing FromSoft's track record, there's also a good chance that the release of any particular announcement, not the release of the game itself, but the announcement could happen on a random fucking Tuesday or Thursday or something, because they do that sort of thing. It would make sense to do it at like Summer Games Fest or have had done it at the Game Awards or something like that. But yeah, sometimes they just release a trailer out of the blue. They won't drop the game unannounced, but the trailer could come literally out of nowhere. So just keep your eyes on the internet, on YouTube, on whatever, and eventually you'll probably see a trailer come out. If they decide not to wait for an event to announce it anyway. The quality of Bethesda's writing has been bad since after Morrowind. I mean, I thought it was like okay in Skyrim. I don't think it was like it wasn't like masterful writing, but it was all right. I found like enjoyment in what there was, right? It just wasn't like amazing, Right, I always forget that you get dismounted right there, which is always like gives me a little bit of a moment of pause because I feel like I'm about to fall off as I get automatically dismounted. You see nothing, sir. I have not crafted my stuff and I forgot, so just give me a second, please. Oh, he's angry. Ooh, that was a bad roll. Okay, hold up. With consumables only, I have to be a little bit more choosy about when I actually throw some stuff, because sometimes the animation is just a little too slow, and then I'm going to just trade damage instead. Walk into that, please. Thank you. I prefer if you didn't have your shield up, because that, for you in particular, that actually makes you take less damage. Bye. He only had like one hit left in him, but all right. All right, sorry, let me catch up a little bit. One of the lead writers, Emil Pagilarulo, okay, is a complete and utter hack that ruins everything he touches, and everything that gets written is boiled down and sterilized by committee. So even if Bethesda devs are passionate and have good ideas, it's just kind of a doomed process. Okay, interesting. I don't know if I would have noticed anything. To be fair, again, I don't pay like a lot of like super deep attention to the writing in Skyrim. I always thought that it was like passably fine, but it's not like I'm, judging it entirely on a writing basis. I do judge games on a writing basis. Like if it feels well written to me, I'm gonna like it more generally. Now, a game can be super well written and have terrible gameplay, and I probably won't like the game very much, so I might not get to enjoy the writing at that point. But if the game has great gameplay and terrible writing, I might still really enjoy the game, but I'm probably gonna just skip the story and just tune out, if that makes sense, And I feel like with Skyrim, there was plenty that I definitely didn't care that much about just because it's so huge, but, I feel like I paid attention to at least some of it. It was okay. I still think you should have been able to become High King / Queen by telling both sides to talk. Oh, with the war thing? Yeah, that was one thing I will say that, between the Empire and the Stormcloaks, was it? Yeah. That did annoy me. I kind of wanted a third option. I understand that things are not always like black and white in real life, and sometimes you have to kind of pick a side or whatever, but sometimes that side should be your own side, and just say, you know, fuck all y'all. That's one thing I liked about Fallout New Vegas, even though I don't entirely like the way the faction system plays out in all respects in that game. I like that you can choose to not side with anyone by going the house route, and then also kind of betraying him and taking shit over for yourself. It may not seem like necessarily the heroic thing per se, depending on how you look at it. But you can at the very least just be like, I don't like the New California Republic. I don't like the Caesar's Legion, Kaiser's Legion, however you want to pronounce it. I don't like Mr. House by himself. What, you know, any of the factions, the big factions. If you just don't feel like siding with any of them, you can try and kind of just like commit to doing things in a particular way so that you can just subvert all of that shit and do your own thing. Anyone choosing Caesar's Legion is immediately sus to me. I imagine like most people who end up actually choosing that are probably doing it because they want to do like a quote unquote evil playthrough or something. Doing it just kind of on its own, yeah, like if it was kind of your natural choice, yeah, I'd be a little bit more suspicious of a person who thought that was like the choice you should make. You know? Having only two choices felt so meh. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't like the Stormcloak and Empire war / rebellion / whatever the fuck you want to call it thing in Skyrim. That's my least favorite quest line in the entire game, I think. At least as far as like the bigger quests are concerned. Order healing. We're never gonna use. Ah, yes, this. Okay. I knew there was something else here. Delphine is the worst character in a Bethesda game. Literally nobody likes her. Can you remind me who Delphine is? Because I'm drawing a blank. Oh, Eudor. So not being able to tell Delphine and the other dude to fuck off. When they ask you that thing with Parthenax. Is she the Blades lady? Okay, she's the one with the blades. Okay, alright. So I know who you're talking about then. I forgot entirely what her name was. As a non-native speaker, I can't say that much about that because some dialogue will sound fine to me while native speaker would be like, nobody speaks like that. That's understandable, Hooded Robin. I feel like I run into that often enough, like if I'm watching something that's like subtitled, be it you know, just any type of foreign show, or if it's like an anime or some shit like that, you know, and I'm just watching it with subtitles. I don't know the language oftentimes. Sometimes like I watched the show Dark, which was decent, you know, on Netflix. Is a German show. And I understand a little bit of German, so I kind of knew like a handful of little things, but like it didn't really entirely mismatch like the localized English captions, so I wouldn't really have been able to notice if anything was like really far off from what they were actually saying, because I'm not fluent in German. I just know some German. Oh, we need golden centipedes for this? Well, okay, we're definitely not going to be making a lot of these, but then again, we're not going to be using a lot of these, so we can probably use them for certain fights, I guess. At least we have the recipe anyway. The Nevada desert is like the most uninspiring landscape they could have chosen. I could see that. Just not liking the setting or any of the factions. I feel like a lot of the factions in that game are just not very likable in general, but I feel like that might be partly intentional. because obviously some of them are meant to be kind of bad. I feel like it was a little bit more of a letdown in some cases in Fallout 4 because I often didn't give a shit about any of the factions in Fallout 4. Nobody really felt like a good choice to side with. The Minutemen, I was kind of like, okay, well, I get that they're trying to help the Commonwealth overall, and they seem to be mostly good, but if I side with them as the faction I choose to uplift at the end, like, it's fairly clear that they're probably not going to have the means, the manpower, the whatever, to really bring everybody in line and in order and you know, help everyone as much as they want to. So they're not exactly necessarily like the go-to choice aside from just like feeling potentially morally good. The railroad has the whole like obvious overtones of everything, but you know, using them to free the synths is kind of like, it's fine, but there's a lot of like questionable things that they do, as well as whether or not that synths can actually be trusted to not, you know, do some shady shit in the future as well. Siding with the Institute also feels like kind of the bad thing to do, but at the same time they have exactly the means and the manpower to, you know, save the Commonwealth. So there's no like specifically good or bad option per se. I mean, the Brotherhood of Steel also very authoritarian, but like they have their good moments. But I also don't really feel very endeared to anyone by the end of it, so sorry if you can hear a dog barking in the background, by the way. But yeah, it's just kind of meh. I didn't really like that part about really, honestly, any of their more modern Bethesda games, like the whole faction-based stuff. I like the faction systems to agree, like that are introduced in Fallout New Vegas, but I don't really like the whole faction-based storytelling where you kind of have to choose something to finish the game. I want at least to have the option that New Vegas presented, even if you have to work for it, to just be like, I'm gonna at the end of all this say fuck all of y'all, I'm doing my own thing. We're doing things by my rules now. Even if I have to turn into like a little bit of a despot or something to do it, I just feel like it's a more satisfying ending to a game like that, to just say like, none of y'all know what the fuck you're doing, so let me step in and do it for you. 9 heals left. We have no physic. All right, let me kill this guy, or try to. Do we not have a closer grace? I guess it's just the one that's above. Yeah, that's right. Again, lightning would probably be okay here, but they're kind of resistant to it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Come on, big boy. Do something that isn't just waiting for me to do a thing so that you can input and try to stab me. Input read and stab me with a follow-up attack. Like so. That even one-shot me. Okay. Well, he did exactly what I said he was going to do, but I wasn't expecting to get one shot as a result, so that's good to know. It's one thing about enemies in this game that you have to kind of like be aware of, especially in a challenge run like this where you're using items. Enemies are going to input read the crap out of you. Certain enemies will, at least. And this will result occasionally in them just waiting for you to do a thing, or otherwise reacting as soon as you do a thing, and sometimes punishing the hell out of you in that moment as soon as you do said thing. Central theme of New Vegas is that all the factions are basically LARPers stuck in the past and able to move on with which kind of by default makes them kind of unlikable. Yeah, no, I can understand. I can see that. Oh my god, chill, buddy. I'm just wearing sweatpants in a jar, okay? I can't poise through all the shit that you're throwing at me, so chill. Alright, we don't have to just use volcano pots in this guy. We can throw a few, but if we need something faster, we can always use some. Ooh, that was a little close. Some of these aren't going to do that much damage, but ooh, a little close. Oh no, I rolled too early. Walk into it, thank you. I did it again? Okay. You even got the double hit on me. That's not good. Okay. I need to roll forward past that, not away or to the side. I didn't realize that that attack actually has that good of tracking. I should have known that, of course, but if we roll forward through it at the right time, we should just go past him and he shouldn't be able to instantly turn around so fast. After Dark Souls 2, this looks so good so fast. Yeah. So, you know, Elden Ring has its moments of being a little frustrating for just how, like, you know, crazy they get with, like, just ridiculously fast combos from big enemies that also hit really hard and have tons of HP, and or, like, delayed attacks. And I've been a little critical of moments of those, but I would much rather play this than Dark Souls 2, because Dark Souls 2 is insanely slow by comparison, among other things. It's just not my favorite. I don't really like much of the boss fights. There's maybe some that I am okay with. And I just don't really like most of the areas either. Like, there's a few good areas in that game, but you know, and that's just coming from someone who actually enjoyed vanilla Dark Souls 2 when it came out, but I just haven't really wanted to play it again for a long time. Ever since I started streaming, I always felt like, oh, I'll definitely play all the Souls games again, but I have not once gotten Dark Souls 2 again for Steam or otherwise. If I ever do it for some particular reason, I will definitely just try my level best to get the vanilla version, which I think I should be able to still get on Steam, but I think Charlie has the vanilla version in her library. If nothing else, I could maybe borrow it from her or something if I, for whatever reason, had the masochistic urge to play Dark Souls 2. You can toggle it or something. Yeah. But I despise Scholar of the First Sin. It is such a heavy downgrade to Dark Souls 2 vanilla. They took the base game, they put in like 2 quality of life things, and everything else they made, you know, demonstrably worse. It's like so bad. And I recognize that there are people out there that like Scholar of the First Sin, but it's just not at all my cup of tea. So it's not only me. No. Scholar is objectively, well, I shouldn't say that because there are people who like it, but it's, at least in my opinion and many other people's opinion, the definitely worse version of Dark Souls 2 by kind of a landslide. There is just some very, very questionably bad design choices in that game. And you know, the base game already existed. It's just that they took the base game and they're just like, let's make it harder, but not in an interesting way. We're just going to switch up a lot of enemy placements and put way fucking more of them in there. And it already had dense, like pretty high enemy density. It did not need more enemies, especially not more of the stronger varieties of enemies, just to make every area feel like a crazy fucking slog to get through. It takes so long to do anything. And I think maybe some of their thinking on this was like, well, in Dark Souls 2 specifically, if you kill enemies enough times, they eventually stop respawning. So we're going to give you harder enemies to kind of pad that shit out with. But it just makes the game, well, it does one of two things. It either makes the game insanely long, or you just run past everything and you don't really experience the game, which is what most people end up doing. And I absolutely fucking hated it. I enjoyed the original Dark Souls 2. I enjoyed some of the DLC content. I've played all the DLCs. But looking back on the game, especially after time had passed and more Souls games released and stuff like that, everything else is better for me. Even Dark Souls 3, and there's a lot that I criticize about Dark Souls 3. Dropped the game already? Okay. Yeah, it's definitely not for me. I kind of assumed that going in would be the case for you, Sammy, just knowing what you didn't like about certain Souls games regarding things like runbacks and stuff like that, and just, you know, the overall speed of the game. Like, Dark Souls 2 is by far the slowest of any of the Dark Souls, or just any of FromSoft's catalog. Like, because Dark Souls 1 is, compared to something like Elden Ring, Dark Souls 1 is quite slow, but it's slow in different ways, and it doesn't feel super slow to get through, at least not in a lot of areas. There are some areas in Dark Souls 1 that are not super great. A lot of that is especially evident later game when it's clear that certain areas were left slightly unfinished because they ended up running out of time for their development cycle. But you can still just kind of like enjoy some of those areas for what they are, and then the rest you're just kind of like, all right, this part, not my best, not my favorite, but whatever. We just get past it, we move on. Overall, you know, combat still feels a little bit faster. Healing is certainly way faster. The animation itself is not. It's slightly faster, I think, the drinking animation for Estus, but also the heal is instant. So, of course, the overall action is faster than Dark Souls 2. And it's never really good game design to gate things like the speed of your Estus, your heal, and things like the amount of iframes you get on a dodge roll. It is never a good idea to tie those things to an in-game stat that you are then forced to level as attacks just to be competent at doing those things. You never gate that shit because it only ever pisses off players. It's not fun to like play and not level those things. I mean, if you're doing it, I can understand some people might do like a challenge run, like, I'm not leveling ADP, but like, you're not really making for a super fun challenge, in my opinion. You're just making the game slower, and that's basically it. And even if you level the fuck out of ADP, it doesn't really fix most of the game. You just can kind of roll a little bit better, and you can at least heal at a somewhat okay speed. The amount of healing you get is still heal over time, but, you know, at least the animation for drinking the Estus is slightly faster. So there's a boss that summons another boss, so now you're fighting two bosses and all the other adds that she summons, on top of being resistant to all types of magic, of which my character was. Never played in the DLCs because of her. Yeah, I figured that's who you were talking about. Yeah, she kind of sucks. There's not a lot that I liked about the DLCs. I think maybe Fume Knight was probably like my favorite DLC boss, but even Fume Knight I have issues with overall. He's kind of annoying. What? Okay. Somehow that still hit me. I don't know if he, like... Did the side of his hitbox hit me just then? Or did I... Well, it's kind of a grab, so he kind of magnetized me into it like a lot of grabs are in this game. I don't know why I'm struggling so much with the horn charge. That attack is usually not that bad. I mean, it's much easier to avoid when players do it. The Crucible Knight version is kind of not so easy. How much of this do we have left? We're getting low on resources because this guy keeps killing me, but we'll get there. Just need to have one good one, but also, yeah, because that double hits you if you get hit by the whole thing. He broke my shield and then immediately did all of the follow-up damage. Okay, now, item crafting. Volcano pot. Still kind of our best option here. There's not much else worth doing here aside from using like an aromatic. This guy is not really that hard. I'm just here with very low vigor and stuff, so we're getting hurt very easily or killed very easily. The slowness took the bite out of the boss fights for me too. I'd beat a boss and just be like, all right, well, there's that. No excitement or satisfaction. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Not necessarily as much when I first played DS2, but I think it's kind of like this for me. I know I kind of gave you like some explanation like on your stream the other day. But like I think where a lot of it boils down to for me is like when I first played Dark Souls 1, I absolutely loved Dark Souls 1. Aside from maybe one or two little bits, and I'm still critical of the game. I still go back to it and criticize certain design choices because it's not flawless. It's got flaws. But when Dark Souls 2 came out, it was just close enough still to Dark Souls 1 to not feel like so crazy different that like it hurt. But it's so hard to go back to Dark Souls 2 now because of how much worse everything feels compared to something like Elden Ring or even Bloodborne, because Bloodborne was like the next thing and they immediately went in the opposite direction with Bloodborne of being like, hey, combat needs some fucking speed to it. Let's step on the gas a little bit. So Bloodborne got the good treatment, right? Bloodborne's great. But Dark Souls 2, like I can go back to Dark Souls 1 and yes, stuff feels clunky and slow compared to the later games, but it's less of a problem in that game because if you know what you're doing, not only do you know exactly how to work around that stuff to make it not feel so slow. But you know, for me personally, at the very least, there's a big nostalgia factor to it, of course, as well. It was the first Souls game that I had played. And you know, I can overlook some of the flaws because of that. But I also just feel like Dark Souls 1 was a much less flawed release compared to Dark Souls 2, which should be fairly evident just because Dark Souls 2 notably had a flawed production. Like, it had a lot of problems at production. They switched directors midway through because they were having so many problems. I still buy into the theory. It's not my theory originally, but I do buy into the theory that Dark Souls 2 was not originally meant to be a Dark Souls game. I think what FromSoft was going to do was make a Kingsfield sequel, like another Kingsfield sequel, in a more modern design and engine, make it sort of like another Souls title, but different. And I think that's why it has such a completely different and drastically different feel and design to it. Like, even just the visuals look super different compared to Dark Souls 1. I think they were going that route, and then, but because Bamco or whoever, you know, whatever they had with their arrangement with IP deals and stuff at the time, were just like, no. Look, Dark Souls 1 sold really well. Culturally, it's huge right now. We need another Dark Souls title. So instead, Kingsfield kind of got, you know, if it was going to be a Kingsfield sequel, it may not have been, but that's a theory. It may have just been hijacked and turned into Dark Souls 2, which would kind of explain some things. But, you know, we'll never know. At least I never will know. Someone out there knows. All right, let's fucking do this, man. We gotta actually get you killed. Step into my office. I rolled. Okay, game. Sure. I don't think healing is going to do me any good, so I kind of don't want to bother, but... No. Goodbye. Okay. I thought he was going to do the charge version again. I was like, I'm already rolling sideways. This is not going to go well. Okay. We got there, finally. Craftables are getting a little low, though. I would like to see FromSoft do more meticulous first-person RPG game in the same vein as Kingsfield, maybe with slightly better turn speed. I think Lunacid proved that it's still a good formula even in the current year. Yeah, I should probably play Lunacid sometime. I know a lot of people have said really good things about it. But yeah, I was a little not sold on it because, like, I'm not a I'm not a graphics over gameplay type of dude. I can definitely play stuff with, you know, intentionally retro-looking graphics and stuff like that just fine. Like, that's not in any way a negative sort of selling point for me. But something about the visuals of it when I first looked at it just weren't quite doing it for me. And I'm not really sure that I can pinpoint exactly what the problem was, but it just kind of wasn't, oh no, I might die. Okay, no, we're fine. It wasn't quite there for me at the time that I was like looking at trailers and stuff, but I don't know, maybe I'll be more into it now if I give it another look. Smithing stone 4. All right, so I guess before we like call it a day here, I guess we can give the Valiant Gargoyles a try, but I am running low on resources, so I think if we lose here, we're probably going to call it after that, and then I will try this again on the next time I stream this. It's not like we have to do this boss, it's entirely optional, but I figure just since we're here, of course. I've already got volcano pots made, so I guess that's what I'm going to use, even though I was thinking we should probably use lightning here because they are standing in water, but we'll just go with what we have. Do we want other pots available? I mean, it is a double boss fight, so probably, right? We don't have that many options, so I guess let's just make some more of these finally. Seems like an appropriate boss to use them on. We're not going to like care about saving them long term now, because eventually we'll get Giant's flame pots and shit like that. Are gargoyles affected by crystal darts? I don't think so. Not in the special way that you're referring to. Although I could be wrong. I honestly don't really remember. I don't think they count as that variety of construct, though, so I suspect no. We can give it a try, but... Oh, wait, actually... I should go back and rest first, because I want my physic for this. Also, I can spend some runes here instead of just carrying this much. But it'll take me like 5 seconds to run back down there. Level up. Just 1 intelligence? Alright, let me get a little bit more runes then. Still not quite there. Probably not, but maybe nobody has tried. I'm sure people have tried. But I'm gonna be throwing crystal darts at them anyway, so I guess we'll find out. For sure, one way or the other. I'm just pretty sure it doesn't work, but I could be misremembering. Like I said, for whatever reason, now that like some time has passed, having the somewhat encyclopedic knowledge of Elden Ring is starting to slip away now that my brain has decided to occupy certain bits of space with other things. Now that I'm not like working on the game guide anymore. Gargoyles are like goop golems rather than magic constructs. Yeah, that's probably like a decent way of putting it, at least. They do seem to be somewhat like stitched together flesh and stone golems, maybe made in more of a divine route than a magic one, but you know, given that there's like Valiant Gargoyles and then there's Black Blade Kindred, which are a little bit different, but clearly also gargoyles, just more specific to the Black Blade stuff, the Destined Death. All right, yeah, let's start with some crystal darts on this guy. I think I will. We'll wait on the Exalted Flesh because it's not going to do a lot just yet. My damage is actually less bad than I was expecting. But yeah, at the very least, I'm not seeing any of the, like, telltale blue electricity sort of thing happening, so I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Comes his twin blade buddy, which I'm not happy about, but especially since he jumped right the fuck over here. Ah, shit. This might have actually been like a decent time for a rune arc, honestly. What? Okay. I guess I was early. Baron, you fool. Oh no, walk into it. Oh, he did the line poison. No, shit, that's bad. I don't like that you're both doing shit. That's not fair. No, 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 no. Okay. Ooh. I'm trying to... I should put poison cure on my bar somewhere, because I need to get rid of this. I'd prefer to be fighting your friend right now, because he's the low HP one. Ooh, if you could both get hit by that, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Keeps running away. You need to stop running away, sir. It's real annoying. Now I will run away. Also, hey Dodo, how's it going? I don't like that attack. Switch back to the axe, please. It's a way better weapon for you. Or rather, it's better for me. Ooh. Nice, nice. Double damage, double damage. We like it. Oh, no, I'm not out of pots. For some reason I thought I was, but I think just because I went to throw and it just didn't throw for some reason, again. Does happen from time to time. Can you switch back to your axe? Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this at you. Ah, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Ooh, that's not good. Okay. he was going to do the follow-up. I'm, like, running out of stamina here. Shit. Okay, he didn't do the immediate follow-up of that. Oh, shit. No, that was bad. Okay. I was greedy, but we got there. Please, sir, the axe. I'm begging you. It's just a better weapon for you and for me. No one likes twin blades. Except everyone, but my stamina is already low, can't you see? And I can kind of get into melee range with you if you do the axe, thank you. It's got my heart beating. Shit. These are all missing. That's so hard to dodge, the follow-up for that. Switch to your axe, please. Please. That's not your axe. That's your twin blade still. I don't know if you've noticed. We got 3 heals left. Oh, that was badly timed. No, 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 no. It's getting risky. No, stop pulling that shit out. Give me more time with the axe. He only gives me like 3 seconds with that shit. I just want to get closer range so I can actually use like the fan daggers because they're the only thing that do like particularly good damage to him. His AI was like completely broken. I guess I don't... Oh, shit. I don't necessarily need to be in melee range, but he does have a big enough, like, hitbox towards the top of his torso. Shit. We don't want to be throwing them from that far, though. I fucked it up again. It's our last heal. What? Okay, I really thought I timed that correctly there. Oh, shit. Long range it. He's gonna just sidestep a bunch. We got him. It was so clutch. The ass is clenched. It sure was. Yippee! Oh, fucking right. Can't get that experience in Dark Souls 2. No siree. That was good stuff. Alright, real quick, get that up to 30. That'll be it for intelligence for a little bit, at least. We'll go back into, like, strength and maybe at some point here get some actual endurance. But yeah, dex will still be largely our bread and butter for a fair few things that we actually throw. This kind of reminds me of Lies of P. You have to avoid shit for like 30 seconds just to get a chance to get some hits in, and your best way to damage is throwing consumables at them. Yep. Lies of P is, if anything, sometimes even more ridiculous about it than Elden Ring. Well, aside from like certain fights, of course, but I at least you do get the option to just throw spam consumables at different things, and it does work out pretty well for you. It maybe becomes a little bit cheap to play that way, but I will say that especially before they nerfed a lot of stuff in Lies of P, that was probably one of the best ways to actually get through the game, was just, you know, for certain bosses anyway, just be like, here you go, here's some Molotovs, here's some acid bottles, or some jolt or blitz thingies, I forget what they're called, or some shot puts, or some throwable saw blades and metal pipes. You know, whatever you got, just throw the kitchen sink at them. It works. But yeah, it definitely makes like certain fights a lot less of a headache. All right, I think that is ultimately going to do it for today, because we've been going for a little over 6 hours, and I do have to kind of get on with some stuff this evening. But next time we do this, which will probably be sometime over the weekend here, I don't know if it'll be tomorrow or Sunday yet. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, we'll continue with what's left of this bit of Nokron here, and that way we can do Randy's questline stuff. But yeah, that'll do it. So far, this consumables only run has been a blast. I am going to do some off-stream farming just to get some volcanic stone and cracked crystal again, just so that we can do less farming on stream, as always. But again, I'm not going to like level up or anything off stream. You can see here I am level, what, 77 was it? 71, sorry. That's not going to change off stream. I don't really like doing that sort of thing. It is part of the... I want you guys to see the challenge on stream and all that, so... Anywho, yeah. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much, as always. Sammy and Sammy's community. Everybody, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it there, guys. Have a great rest of your day / night. Have a good weekend if I don't see you. And, yeah, we'll be back some more with this Consumables Challenge pretty soon. And, in the not-too-distant future, probably some more Baldur's Gate 3 once Dodo's feeling a little bit better. And we'll figure that out as we get there. But, anyway, yeah. Y'all, take good care. I will see you on the next one. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.